Welcome to the study of dynamics of motion. In the previous episodes, we learned about the relationship between force and motion, the parameters of motion, and Newton's first and second law of motion. In this episode, we will examine the action and reaction of forces as embodied in Newton's third law of motion. The law states that to every action there is always an equal and opposite reaction. Till now, we have been examining the concept of force and motion in the context of a single object. Often, we come across situations where objects come in contact with one another with a considerable force within a fraction of a second, resulting into a collision. Such kind of a contact is referred to as impact.
Impacts are commonplace. A shot put creates an impact when it hits the ground. There is an impact when a ball is struck by a batsman. Likewise, the cue ball creates an impact when it collides with other balls. These kinds of impacts result from impulsive forces, which are implicit in Newton's second law of motion. An impulsive force can be defined as the force that acts for a time that is short compared to the time of the event. As the impulsive force acts for a very short time, it cannot be measured directly. Therefore, it is measured by determining the change in momentum. The game of billiards is a good example to understand the principle of impulsive force. Here, the cue ball hits the target ball with a certain amount of force, say F. At the contact point, the force gets transferred from the cue ball to the target ball within a small period of time, say delta t. This transfer of force creates a change in the momentum of the target ball, which can be measured as delta p. As per Newton's second law of motion, the change in momentum, delta p, is the product of force F and time of contact, delta t. Therefore, the change in momentum, that is, delta p equals F into delta t, is the impulsive force. If the contact time is increased, the effect of impact will decrease considerably. This can be observed in the game of cricket. When a fielder stretches his palms in the path of the ball, he is likely to suffer an injury as a large force of the ball gets transferred to his palms in a very short contact time. But if he prolongs the time of contact by drawing his palms along the path of the ball, the impact will be less and he will not drop the catch. The consequences of some impact will be quite devastating. Our Earth has witnessed several instances of impacts in its history. One such impact is that of the meteor that struck at Arizona in the US some 50,000 years ago, creating a gigantic crater which was 570 feet deep and 14,000 feet in diameter. In the game of billiards too, the phenomenon of impact can be witnessed when the cue ball strikes the target ball in a very short period. As the cue ball impacts, its entire momentum is transferred to the target ball, making it move in the direction of the force applied by the cue ball. At other instances, a different phenomenon can be observed. Upon contact, the cue ball and the target ball move in opposite directions. Such reactions can be noticed in several situations. The force of the cue ball is the active force, and the force of the target ball is the reactive force. The active force of the cue ball makes the target ball move in one direction, while the reactive force of the target ball acting on the cue ball makes it move in the opposite direction.
Such instances of objects contacting each other and moving in opposite directions are at the center of Newton's third law of motion. The law states that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. A large number of devices work on the principle of the third law of motion.
In rotating sprinklers, there is no mechanical device to rotate the nozzles. Instead, it is the action and reaction of forces that make the sprinkler rotate. While the active force makes water jet out of the nozzles, the reactive force of the water jet pushes the nozzles in the opposite direction, making the sprinkler rotate. Not just simple sprinklers, but rockets too work on the principle of action and reaction. The active force of the burnt fuel escaping from the rocket vent creates an equal and opposite reactive force to provide the thrust needed to propel the rocket on its path.
The three laws of motion which we have dealt so far can be studied in the mechanical system of spring balance used to determine the weight of objects.
When not in use, the pointer rests at 0. It continues to rest at that point until it is made to change that position by the application of an external force, such as a 1 kilogram weight. The external force of the weight makes the pointer move in the direction of the force applied. This movement is as per Newton's first law of motion, which states that a body continues to be in a state of rest or in a state of uniform motion in a straight line unless it is compelled to change that state by external forces. Thus, Newton's first law gives the definition of force. In the spring balance, the principle of the second law of motion can also be observed. The force required to move the pointer downwards is generated by the force of gravity acting on the mass of 1 kilogram. As a result of the gravity force, the pointer moves downwards with a changing velocity, leading to change in momentum of the pointer. The momentum so produced in the pointer is proportional to the gravity force of 1 kilogram force acting on it. This is all about the second law of motion, which states that the rate of change of momentum of bodies is proportional to the applied force and takes place in the direction in which the force acts.
The principle of the third law of motion can also be observed in the spring balance. When the weight is suspended, the pointer moves up and down the scale before coming to rest. The downward swing is due to the active force of the weight, and the upward swing is due to reactive force of the spring caused by the weight. When the active and reactive forces get balanced, the pointer comes to rest.
This, in fact, is what the third law of motion states, that for every action there is always an equal and opposite reaction.
Each of the three laws is set to serve one objective. The first law defines force as an external agency that changes or tends to change the state of rest or of uniform motion of a body in a straight line. The second law provides for the measurement of force in terms of the rate of change of momentum, which is a vector quantity. The third law specifies the action and reaction properties which are inherent in all forces whenever they come into play. In addition, the third law, in combination with the second law, indicates the principle of the conservation of momentum.
Momentum always gets conserved. For instance, when the bullet is not fired, equals 0. When the bullet gets fired, according to the third law of Newton, the gun exerts a force on the bullet Fg. And the bullet in turn exerts a force minus Fb of the same magnitude on the gun, but in an opposite direction. These forces obviously act for the same small length of time, delta t. By Newton's second law, the momentum acquired by the bullet and gun are Pb equals Fb into delta t. Pg equals minus Fg into delta t. Since the action and reaction are simultaneous in a very short time, delta t gets cancelled. Therefore, the momentum acquired by the bullet is equal to the product of the mass and velocity of the bullet. Pb equals mb into vb, where mb is the mass of the bullet and vb the velocity of the bullet. And the momentum acquired by the gun minus pg is equal to mg into minus vg, where pg is the momentum acquired by the gun, mg is the mass of the gun, and minus vg is the velocity of the gun. The total momentum when the bullet gets fired is mb into vb plus mg into vg, which is equal to 0.
This implies that the total momentum before and after the firing remains constant at 0. This kind of action and reaction, where the momentum of the bodies in a system get conserved, has yielded the law of conservation of momentum. The law of conservation of momentum states that when two or more bodies interact with one another, their total momentum remains constant, provided no external forces are acting.
This can be clearly illustrated with the game of caroms. When the striker hits the formation of coins, the momentum of the striker gets completely transferred to the coins, resulting in their motion. Thus, the total momentum before and after the strike gets conserved and remains constant, provided no external forces act on it.
The principle of conservation of momentum, like the three laws of motion, is in action everywhere. Examine such situations and explain how the laws are operating in them. This will enhance your understanding of the Newton's law of motion.
Besides your own textbooks, read the books suggested here. Principles of Physics by N. Subramaniam and Brijlal, published by S. Chand & Co. Limited, New Delhi, 1990. Physics textbook by Arvind Kumar, B.K. Sharma, P.C. Jain and others. Published by the National Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi, 2002. Pradeep's Fundamental Physics by K.L. Gomba and K.L. Gogia. Published by Pradeep Publications, Jalandhar, 2003. Engineering Mechanics by S. Timoshenko and D.H. Young. Published by McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1956. The questions for you to answer are: define impulsive force and impact. Describe various situations of impact in real life. Define the third law of motion. Describe active and reactive forces with suitable examples. Define the law of conservation of momentum and explain how Newton's second and third law coexist to conserve momentum. If you have any doubts to clarify, or if you wish to watch the unit again, write to the Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, NSC Campus, Aruna Asaf Ali Marg, New Delhi, 110067, or email us at cec@del12.vsnl.net.in. You can also write to the Director, Educational Multimedia Research Center, University of Calicut, Calicut University PO 673635. Email ID is emmrccalicut@yahoo.com.
Welcome to the session on Organization of Knowledge, Library Classification. In this session, we will discuss species of library classification. The primary use of the scheme of library classification is the intellectual organization, storage and retrieval units of thought and information. S.R. Ranganathan highlights 4 purposes of library classification. First one, storage of information in helpful sequence. Second, retrieval on demand or in anticipation of demand information pinpointedly, exhaustively and expeditiously without the admixture of any irrelevant information. Next, balanced selection of books and other reading materials for a library in close correlation to the interests of its clientele. Fourth one, formation of special topic sequence in the library to meet the needs of particular groups of readers exactly and without loss of readers' time and tempo. Khanna, 1994. Species of library classification. For the purpose of classifying documents in the library, a number of schemes with different structures of universe of knowledge are available. It will be interesting to study the difference found in each of them and group those having resemblance into one kind of species. The classification schemes can be broadly classified into 2 groups. They are 1. Enumerative classification scheme, 2. Faceted classification scheme. Enumerative classification scheme. Enumerative classification scheme is a scheme of classification in which the universe of subject is divided into a number of simple and compound classes. The dictionary meaning of enumeration is to list or count. It consists of single schedule enumerating all subjects of the past, the present and the anticipated future. It means that the class number of different subjects is enumerated in the schedule. There is no separate supplementary schedule of common isolates to construct a number. Example 1. Library of Congress classification, LC 1905. 2. Riders International classification, RIC 1961. Dewey Decimal classification, DDC 1876. Types of enumerative classification schemes. There are 2 types of enumerative classification schemes: purely enumerative classification scheme and almost enumerative classification scheme. Purely enumerative classification scheme. It consists of single schedule enumerating all subjects of the past, the present and the anticipated future. Ranganathan, 1956. It is long schedule, but it is very difficult to accommodate newly emerging subjects in a filiatory sequence among existing sequence. The class numbers are not broken down into facets using meaningful connecting symbols. So it is monolithic. Library of Congress classification scheme and Riders International classification scheme are examples of purely enumerative classification schemes. Library of Congress classification. It is a long schedule of 11,300 pages in 45 volumes. It enumerates all possible types of subjects of the past, the present and the future and does not provide independent schedules of common isolates. There is no provision for synthesis of numbers. Notations consist of Indo-Arabic numerals and Roman capitals. The class numbers are monolithic. Next is Ryder's International Classification Scheme. It is a long single schedule enumerating all basic and compound subjects. It enumerates about 18,000 subjects each, represented by 3 digits. No separate schedules for common isolates. Therefore, there is no possibility to construct class numbers. Next is Almost Enumerative Classification Scheme. It consists of large schedule enumerating most of the subjects of the past, the present and the foreseeable future, and in addition a few schedules of common isolates. It enumerates not only basic subjects but also compound subjects with the help of schedules of common isolates. It is possible to construct class number of a few more compound subjects. Example of almost enumerative classification schemes are subject classification by J.D. Brown and Dewey decimal classification by Melvin Dewey. Subject classification. It consists of main schedule and categorical table. The main schedule enumerates subject, most of which are compound subject. The categorical table enumerates isolates. Additional compound subject can be formed by combining the subjects enumerated in the main schedule and the isolates enumerated in the categorical table. But the list of isolate is far too inadequate to accommodate the newly emerging subjects. Dewey Decimal Classification (DDC) consists of long schedule of compound subject and it provides independent schedules of time, space and form isolates. Provision of common isolates which can be attached to the class number taken from the main tables along with the add to device have enabled in DDC to withstand to some extent the pressure of newly emerging subjects. Khanna 1994. Let us look into the advantages. First one, it enumerates basic and compound subjects. Second, a few schedules of common isolates are provided and it is possible to construct class numbers for a few more compound subjects which are not enumerated in the schedule. Now, disadvantages. First one, it is a large schedule. Second, most of the class numbers would be monolithic. Third, new subjects have not been enumerated and also for which the class numbers cannot be constructed by combining enumerated subjects and common isolates. Faceted classification scheme. It admits facet analysis, provides rules for the arrangement of facets and provides separate schedule for different kinds of facet needed for different subjects. It also provides connecting symbols and admits of the synthesis of the basic facet numbers and the isolate numbers of a subject into a class numbers. It does not provide a ready-made class numbers for compound subjects. The compound subjects are analyzed into their fundamental constituents and these enumerated under separate schedules for different facets under each basic subjects. It provides meaningful connecting symbols for each facet. Types of faceted classification scheme. First one, almost faceted classification scheme. Second, fully but rigidly faceted classification scheme. Third, almost fully faceted classification scheme. Fourth, freely faceted classification scheme. Almost faceted classification scheme. It consists of a large schedule enumerating most of the subjects of the past, the present and the anticipated future, and in addition a few schedules of common isolates and also some schedules of special isolates. Ranganathan 1967. In addition to schedules of main subjects, It enumerates some schedule of common isolate and special isolate for each subject. It is possible to construct class number of compound subjects. Therefore, it is greater capacity than enumerative classification scheme. The schedules of common isolates and schedules of special isolates permit us to construct class numbers of compound subjects which are not enumerated in the schedule. However, this provision is not very extensive as in a truly faceted scheme, but it is much limited. Universal Decimal Classification and Bibliographical Classification Scheme (BC) are examples of almost faceted classification scheme. Universal Decimal Classification UDC 1905. It enumerates lengthy schedule, provides ready-made class number of most of the subjects. In addition to these, it provides independent schedules of common auxiliaries of form, time, place, language, point of view, materials and persons characteristic. Distinctive indicator digits have been provided for attaching two main UDC numbers. Language isolates, race and nationality isolates are not common isolates. In addition, schedules of special isolates for use in compound subjects going with certain enumerated basic and compound subjects also have been given. It is recommended the use of colon, which allows for the use of the sum of the enumerated subjects as facets in the form of compound subjects. In addition, the colon has been employed to form complex subjects. The use of colon and other connecting symbols used in UDC for construction of compound subjects. So, the class numbers are polylythic. Bibliographic Classification Scheme BC. It enumerates large schedules of basic and compound subjects and also enumerates common form subdivisions, common subdivisions of persons, places, languages, ethnic groups and periods. In addition to these, it provides 7 auxiliary schedules enumerating historical, physiological subdivisions and 31 tables of special auxiliary schedules. Synthesis of numbers from different table is possible, as in the case of UDC. Therefore, this scheme is more or less as flexible to accommodate new subjects as UDC. The compound class number in BC is polylythic because it uses connecting digits and other in the formation of compound subjects. Khanna 1994. Now the advantages. First one, it enumerates basic and compound subjects. Second, due to provision of a few schedules of common isolates and also some schedules of special isolates, it will be possible to construct class numbers of more compound subjects. Next one, the class numbers will be polylythic. Now the disadvantages. As in the most faceted scheme for classification, most of the subjects of the past, the present and the anticipated future would be enumerated. Therefore, the class numbers for different subjects would generally be long. Fully but rigidly faceted classification scheme. In this scheme of classification, the facets and their sequence are predetermined for all the subjects, going with the basic class. Ranganathan 1967. This means that a facet formula is provided for each basic class. A faceted scheme for classification consists of schedules of basic classes, special isolates and common isolates only. It also provides some devices for sharpening existing isolates. Class number for compound and complex subjects are not available ready-made. They have to be synthesized every time according to specified rules of the schemes concerned. Thus, the class numbers of such subjects synthesized are polylythic and their structure with facets is transparent. Example, column classification version 1 consists of addition 1 1933, addition 2 1939 and addition 3 1950. Almost freely faceted classification scheme. In a rigidly faceted scheme of classification, the facets and their sequence are predetermined for all the subjects, going with a basic class, Ranganathan 1967. This leads to greater deal of rigidity because the use of different indicator digits for diverse kind of facets, that is P, M, E, S, T, and the concepts of rounds and levels removed the severe rigidity in the number and sequence of facets that can occur in a compound subjects. However, some rigidity lurked in respect of levels of facets within a round. It is on account of this that it was not freely faceted in full measure. Examples, column classification version 2 consists of addition 4 1952, addition 5 1957, addition 6 1960 and addition 6 with annexure 1963. Freely faceted classification scheme. It is the last stage in the evolution of library classification. With the aid of sector notation, the rigidity in the number of levels of facets and their sequence in a round have almost been removed. Moreover, some facets originally considered as levels have been recognized to be subfacets in a facet of one and the same level. Above all, it recognizes that facets belong to compound subjects and not to basic subjects. Therefore, predetermination of the facets for all the compound subjects likely to go with any basic subject is ruled out. This type of scheme is known as freely faceted classification scheme. Example, column classification version 3 consists of addition 7 1987. Analytico-synthetic classification scheme. An analytico-synthetic classification scheme recognizes the compound nature of specific subjects. Each constituent term is translated into class symbol and the subject is represented by the aggregate of such symbols. It is a generic term used to denote any scheme in which a compound subject is first analyzed into its facets in the idea plane and later synthesized in the verbal plane and in the notational plane respectively. It provides connecting symbols and permits the synthesis of the basic class and isolates numbers of a subject into its class numbers. All the additions of CC are fully analytico-synthetic in nature. UDC has a slight touch of analytico-synthetic nature. Comparison between enumerative and faceted schemes of classification. Now we can see a table on the screen. We have enumerative classification scheme and faceted classification scheme. Under enumerative classification scheme, we have the first point. It is the first species of classification in the line of evolution. Library of Congress classification scheme is the best example. Under faceted classification scheme, we have the first point again. It is the latest stage in the line of evolution of classification. Column classification scheme is the best example. In enumerative classification scheme, it provides ready-made class number for basic and compound subjects. And under faceted classification scheme, no ready-made class number is available for compound and complex subjects. Again, under enumerative classification scheme, it is unable to meet the challenges for the present revolution in information processing and organization. Class numbers are not coexistive. Under faceted classification scheme, it is fully equipped to meet the challenges of information revolution. Class numbers are coextensive. In the case of enumerative classification scheme, it is unable to accommodate newly emerging subjects in a filiatory sequence among existing sequence because it do not have any explicit theory and guiding norms. In the case of faceted classification scheme, it can accommodate newly emerging subjects because it is based on explicit theory guided by postulates and principles. Under enumerative classification scheme, we have notation is pure, class numbers monolithic. And in the case of faceted classification scheme, notations are mixed, class numbers are polylytic. In the case of enumerative classification scheme, schedules are lengthy, system is difficult to design but easy to use. But in the case of faceted classification scheme, schedules are short, so easy to design, comparatively complex to use. Enumerative classification scheme index is indispensable, whereas faceted classification scheme index is less used. Special schemes of library classification. Special classification scheme is also known as depth classification scheme. The special classification scheme is the one designed to cover the subjects going with a specific basic class or another host class. These are the detailed system to classify micro documents such as periodical literature, dissertation, reports and standards pertaining to a narrow subject field. Many special classification schemes are also available on subjects like music, forestry, horticulture, public administration, architecture, Indian Constitution, Indian philosophy, Indian democracy and so on. Special classifications are particularly useful and often deliberately created for use in special libraries. They clearly have no value in general public or academic libraries for the arrangement of the major part of collection. However, they may sometimes be used in part of such a large unit where the library has perhaps a very special section or an extended collection in a specific subject area, such as book printing and production in art, school library, etc. Now, the reason for making a special classification scheme. There are many reasons for making special classification schemes. Some of the reasons are lack of coextensiveness, lengthy class numbers, special requirement or special point of view, lack of flexibility, lack of helpful sequence. Major special classification schemes. Now we are going to discuss some examples of special classification schemes. The London Classification of Business Studies. The first edition of this scheme, founded by Vernon and Lang, was published by London Graduate School of Business Studies in 1970. The London Classification of Business Studies serves the function of both classification scheme and thesaurus. The scheme uses the principles of faceted analysis as far as possible, allowing the specification of several aspects of a subject and reducing the possibility of cross-classification. It covers the study of business issues and activities using quantitative and analytical methods and the behavioral sciences, and comprehends the economic and social environment within which business has to operate a set of auxiliary schedules. InSpec classification scheme. InSpec was started in 1967 as an outgrowth of the Science Abstracts Service. InSpec is a major indexing database of scientific and technical literature published by the Institute of Engineering and Technology, IET, and formerly by the Institution of Electrical Engineers, IEE, one of the IET's forerunners. It contains over 13 million bibliographic and indexed records in the fields of physics and computer, control and mechanical engineering. Its subject coverage includes astronomy, electronics, communications, ergonomics, computers and computing, computer science, control engineering, electrical engineering, information technology and physics. It is classically simple, enumerative scheme, the CI-SFB system. The CI-SFB began in 1966 when the Swedish SFB system was described by B. Agard Evans and Egil Nicolin and recommended as a tool for classification and filling in the building world. Initially, it was suggested that it be used in conjunction with UDC for the arrangement of libraries, but since then the system was developed considerably with the addition of new tables. It evolved under the aegis of the SFB Bureau and the International Council for Building Research Studies and Documentation, and its original intention was to provide a means of coordinating the control and handling of project information. The three major facets are identified in the system, namely elements, construction and resources. It takes fully faceted approach with the combination of notation for individual facets, the use of facet indicators such as brackets, and the ability to develop and build further facets as required. Moyse classification scheme for law books. The Moyse classification scheme is a system of library classification for legal materials. It was designed by Betty Moyse and first published in 1968, with a second edition in 1982. It is used primarily in law libraries in many common law jurisdictions such as Canada, Australia, New Zealand and the United Kingdom. The scheme adopts an alphanumeric system similar to LC classification system, with the K representing legal materials as originally adopted from the LC scheme. FIAF classification scheme for literature on film and television. This scheme was originally devised by Michael Mauls and the first edition appeared in 1980. It is a flexible and very detailed system, primarily enumerative in nature. It also allows for some synthesis via the provision of auxiliary tables for forum, persons and technical terms. In addition, at various points in the schedules, there is a provision for the further specification of subject using UDC systematic tables. The Cheltenham classification or library classification for schools. This is very old special scheme published in 1937. It designed especially to meet the needs of school libraries. The system was adopted by the number of school librarians. It is a broad enumerative scheme which attempts to provide an arrangement on similar lines to those on which subjects are taught. The notation is mixed one, which uses capital letters for the main classes, unusually Roman numerals for their divisions and Arabic numerals for the subdivision of these. Early stages library classification scheme and index. It was designed by Grampian Region Schools Library Service, targets especially the early primary years, primary 1 to 3 in school libraries, and is designed to cater the needs of that user groups. It is simple and very effective. It has a straightforward and attractively illustrated manual and index, which provides guidance on the implementation of the system and its relationship with the catalog in the library. Icon class. An iconographic classification system. Iconoclass is specialized library classification designed for art and iconography. It was originally conceived by Henry van de Waal and was further developed by a group of scholars after his death. Icon class system is probably the largest classification system for cultural content. Initially designed for historical imagery, it is now also used to create subject access to texts and to classify a wide range of images, including modern photography. At the moment, it contains over 28,000 unique concepts, classification types, and has an entire vocabulary of 14,000 keywords. It can be consulted with the help of a freely available Icon Class 2100 browser. Now let us summarize what we have discussed so far. In this module, we discussed about different species of library classification schemes and special classification scheme. Classification schemes are mainly classified into two, namely enumerative and faceted classification schemes. This categorization depends upon the extent of enumeration for the synthesis with the help of main schedules, special and common isolates. Comparison between enumerative and faceted classification schemes also included with explanation. The history of library classification shows that schemes for classification have evolved from the enumerative to faceted classification. Today, large variety of general and special classification schemes are available for classification of subjects. It can reasonably be said that the future is with the faceted systems, which are analytic synthetic in nature. The history of library classification shows that schemes for classification have evolved from the enumerative to faceted classification. Today, large variety of general and special classification schemes are available for classification of subjects. It can reasonably be said that the future is with the faceted systems, which are analytic synthetic in nature. Here are a few assignments to be worked out. First one, write short note on enumerative classification scheme. Second, briefly explain the difference between enumerative classification scheme and faceted classification scheme. Third, explain the characteristic of faceted classification schemes with examples. Fourth, what is analytic synthetic classification scheme? Fifth, compare the features of enumerative classification scheme and faceted classification scheme. Sixth, explain depth classification scheme with examples. Now I provide you a few books for further references. Analytico-synthetic classification, written by Khanna J.K., published by ESS publication, New Delhi, 1994. Second one, Theory of Library Classification, written by Krishna Kumar, published by Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1979. Third one, Prolegomena to Library Classification, 3rd edition, page 102, written by Ranganathan S.R., published by Asia Publishing House, Bombay, 1967. Column Classification, a preview, 7th edition, page 205, written by Ranganath S.R., published by Sharada Ranganath Endowment, Bangalore, 1971. A new manual of classification, page 122, written by Masila Rita and Newton Robert, published by Jaco Publishing House, Mumbai, 1997. Library Classification, Facets and Analysis, written by Hussain Shabahat, published by Tata McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1992.
Hearty welcome to Interface program. Shri P.V. Rajgopal, we congratulate you. You have won this year's Indira Gandhi National Integration Award. And you are striving for the cause of the upliftment of the downtrodden and the marginalized. So, we would like to share your experiences, your field of activities and your motivation in this field.
Thank you.
Kindly elucidate.
Yeah, see, I began my mobilization work back in 1970.
Okay.
My action began in the Chambal region of Madhya Pradesh, where I was organizing young people, because those were the days when Chambal Ghati was known for violence. There were dacoits, large number of dacoits, so they were killing and counter killing. So my first action was to move into this region with many other Sarvodaya Gandhian workers to contain violence. We thought as long as there is violence, school cannot be run, agriculture is not possible, and no other development program is possible. So it was very important that we contain violence in that region. So it all began in 1970, and in 1972 in the ashram that we were running, Mahatma Gandhi Seva Ashram, in about 20 kilometers away from a place called Morena, 560 dacoits surrendered. They were very dreaded dacoits, and because of them there was terror in that area. There was so much of violence and counter violence. So the beginning was basically to deal with violence, but then soon we realized
it is not important, or
no, it is, see, the realization was that it is not important, it is not only important to counter direct violence. What is important is also to counter indirect violence. You see, we are all concerned about direct violence. When there is war, we are concerned about. When somebody is killed, we are concerned about. But then we are not concerned enough to understand indirect violence, what you call the structural violence or systemic violence. So, I moved from addressing direct violence to addressing indirect violence. So, you can see a progressive change in my work, that while in Chambal Valley I was dealing with direct violence and dacoits and problems related to dacoity and murder, whereas later part of my work I was trying to address the indirect violence like exploitation, injustice, poverty, marginalization, etc.
These were their crucial problems.
They were very, very important.
I would like
problems.
to get your point of view. Are they accessible, or they are accessible in this venture?
You see, it takes time. It takes time for one
to gradual process.
It's a gradual process. It takes time for one to understand the deeper issues and deeper dimensions of Adivasi problems. You know, Adivasi's problem can be understood only by living with them. They are living close to nature,
co-living.
They are living in a simple way. So unless you understand what are their aspirations, so the basic problem with our planning, our development model is that we are basically addressing everything from our perspective.
That's right.
What we feel is right, we are trying to impose. I very often say that this is what the British people did with Indians. The British people said, oh, these Indians are undeveloped and we need to bring them into the mainstream, so they should behave like us, they should speak like us, they should dress like us. So the same way we are trying to address the problems of Adivasis. We feel that they should behave like us.
There should be a change in attitude.
That is, and I think there should be a change in our attitude. We need to understand Adivasis from their perspective, their angle, their life positioning, and plan everything in order to change their life according to how they want to change.
You are mentioning direct violence, indirect violence. What is the difference between for a common man?
See, this is basically people understand direct violence because when there is a war in Iraq or Syria, people say, oh, there is so much violence.
Atrocities will be there.
Yeah, and when there is an attack in Paris, people say, oh, there is so much violence. But around us in India, there is so much poverty, so much exploitation, so much corruption, so much migration, so many slums.
Right.
And we don't say there is violence. See, our understanding of violence is so limited that we only see blood as violence, war as violence. What is important is to see injustice as violence, deprivation as violence, and poverty as violence. Then, if we have that feeling, what is real violence, then we will try to change them. See why I say this.
Right.
Indirect violence is the breeding ground for direct violence.
Correct.
It is like stagnated water. When there is stagnated water, mosquitoes will be born.
Right.
Rather than killing mosquitoes, what is important is to change the water. See that water is flowing. Similarly, rather than saying, oh, there is violence, we need to understand why violence and understand the reasons behind violence. And if we try to address these reasons behind violence, I think a lot of our problems can be solved. And that is what the educational system should do today. In fact, if all educational institutions can make young people understand what is structural violence, what is systemic violence, what is indirect violence, and
so you have
make them sensitive.
You have given emphasis to education.
Yes.
I would like to get a clarification from your end. How this can be piloted from the educational perspective?
You see, this can be started off by understanding that non-violence need to be a cross-cutting agenda.
Okay.
See, it's like today's economy is violent economy.
Okay.
So can we teach people non-violent economy? Today's journalism is violent journalism. We are reporting violence and crime. You look at the newspaper.
It can be otherwise.
This is how you sell newspapers, right?
Yes.
So you look at the newspapers, you find so much of news about violence, so much of news about advertisement about film, and all these advertisements are heroes standing there with a gun. So I think whether it is economy, whether it is journalism, whether it is development, today's development model is very violent development model.
From education, primary education, higher education, or
even education is violent to that extent, because it is.
We have to pilot. We have to start it from the primary level or the higher education level. What is your?
I think this has to begin with the teachers, right? This cannot begin with the students. Today, teachers need to understand.
Directly begins at home.
Yeah, teachers need to understand what is indirect violence and how do we contain it. If that is clear to them, I think they can help children not to be competitive, but to be cooperative. How to cooperate with each other? How do we solve the problems of our classroom? How do we have a peace group so that we can not only solve the problem of the classroom, but also can solve the problem of the school and the society? See, a teacher need to imbibe a lot of these values, and then from that space he or she will have to help children to understand that what is important is not competition but cooperation, and peace building is possible even in the classroom, back at home. You know, in some countries they have what you call the peace club, peace corners. When two children will fight, two students will fight, they will ask them to go to the peace corner and resolve those issues and come back. Why is it important? Then these people learn to talk.
You had the privilege to be in constant contact with many national leaders, social reformers, and activists.
Right.
Can you mention some of the?
See, I have worked with many interesting people, and that is where I learned my lessons. I have worked with Asha Devi Arinayakam. Asha Devi Arinayakam was one of the most known person in the Nai Talim education field, and I was with her in Sevagram. I have worked with S.N. Subbarao. I have worked with Radhakrishna Menon in Kerala. I have worked with Abha Gandhi. You see Abha Gandhi's photograph where Gandhi is always holding Abha Gandhi to walk. And I have worked with Kanu Gandhi, her husband. I have worked with Krishna Swami and Radha Krishna. So I had this.
What was the nature of the inspiration and motivation you were getting from those dignitaries?
See, what is important is that every generation has the responsibility to pass on values to the new generation. So Gandhi's generation is gone. Vinoba's generation is gone. But there were many people in my life whom I knew who worked with Gandhi, who worked with Vinoba, who worked with Jayaprakash, Lohia, and all these people. So they were close to this. Many of them worked with Kumarappa. Many of them worked with Acharya Kripalani. So these people had the opportunity to see those great individuals, and they were able to transfer those values to my generation. So I feel it is our responsibility as social activists, as teachers, to pass on very important values to the new generation.
There is an opinion that our education should be converted into value-based education. Even otherwise education should be
value-based.
So what do you mean by value-based education as a social activist?
You see, India is a country where we have many important people. This is a country of Buddha, this is a country of Mahavir, this is a country of Vivekananda, this is a country of Mahatma Gandhi and Vinoba Bhave. And what are those values? You see, if you look at Buddha, you look at Mahavir, you look at Gandhi, you see one common value, that is renunciation, right? They are all renouncing.
Parigraha.
Parigraha. See, so not to accumulate. Now what we see around us is all people running for accumulation. You and me know that this accumulation will create poverty and deprivation in the society. So if some people will accumulate and they have this desire to accumulate, never ending desire to accumulate, then millions of people will have to go hungry. So the value, what I say, is those kinds of values that you can have possession, but you don't have to have wealth. See, respect, if at all you are accumulating wealth for respect, respect comes from renunciation also. Gandhi is not respected because he had a lot of money. Buddha is respected because he gave up his palace. So So this is very important, that we are able to teach our children, our students, look, values of that kind, right, are very important. Like if Gandhi was teaching us that you don't have to hate anybody while you fight him.
Right.
As a value.
Hatred.
Right? So hatred, you see, our world is full of hatred. What you see around is hate. Hate around religion, hate around language, hate around countries. So Gandhi is teaching us a very important value. Gandhi is also teaching us a value through charkha, that you have no reason to consume unless you produce. So you work in the field.
I have to ask one more question. That is, you are hailing from Kerala.
Yes.
But you have travelled all over India. And what do you think that how a Keralite can function, can take them into confidence with the people of North India, with their language, with their approach to life and all these things?
I think people are generally welcoming. Right? And especially when you go from southern part of India without knowing language, and you go and work in a village in North India, they just welcome you. They say, wonderful. This young man without knowing even language has come to help us. So I think if we can understand the welcoming nature of the society, people will move more and more to the villages and tribal areas and difficult areas, because there people are more welcoming, because nobody is going to them. See, no leaders are reaching into remote areas, no officers are reaching to remote areas. So when a social worker reaches there, they are really very happy.
Most welcome.
Most welcome. And that is how, because I was living in villages, I was traveling in villages, so people started loving, because they thought at least somebody is listening to us. And on the other hand, you are not really listening to them, you are organizing them so that they can get justice. Because people, when they get organized and go to an office, they get their water sources, they get their school, they get their teacher, they get their doctor, because organized efforts in democracy, organized efforts are going to be very meaningful. And so we were teaching them how to get organized in villages so that the government will function, government can deliver. On top of it, we were also speaking to the people in higher levels, so that we can bring them to closer to the people. So we were systematically organizing people, helping them, being a bridge between the poor people and the government, and that is how you win the heart of people.
You were mentioning that Adivasis will become our guru in future.
Yes. I see, this is very important to understand.
A clarification is required.
Yes.
How Adivasis can become our gurus of the so-called
educated people.
Yes.
Right. I think this is very interesting that the more I look at Adivasis, because I find that they are very simple.
Yes.
They consume very little. I mean, they don't consume as we consume. Their needs are very limited. And they are very close to nature. Because they are very close to nature, they protect nature.
Okay.
So, in the long run, I think when we consume everything and we plunder this world,
Right.
we take all the oil, we take all the coal, we take all the iron ore, we pollute the world, resources, and when there is nothing to pollute, when there is nothing, no resource to loot, what are we going to do? We will have to relearn how to live simple. We will have to relearn how to live with minimum, and then definitely we will look at the Adivasis and say, please teach us.
They will become our gurus.
They will become our gurus. So I say, destroying Adivasi and Adivasi culture is basically destroying our future, because a day will come when you want to know how to live simple, how to live close to the nature. There will be nobody else to teach you, the Adivasis. So it is in our interest. Okay, you forget about their interest. Even in your interest, as a selfish human being, if you can understand that protecting the life, dignity and culture of Adivasis,
so their concept of development, our concept of development, they do not tally.
They will not tally, because
which measures will be required for their development.
Right. See, the present model of development is basically an imitation of what is happening in the West. Mahatma Gandhi early on told us, look, this development model has no future. But people didn't believe him.
Hind Swaraj,
in his book Hind Swaraj, he said, look, this development model will destroy the planet.
Okay.
Today, when we are doing climate change conference in Paris, we are thinking about Gandhi. So he said that so many years back.
Like a prophet.
Like a prophet, you see. So I think this development model based on exploitation of nature, I call it, this model is violence on human being, violence on nature. So this is violence on both. We are keeping millions of people poor, we are destroying the resources and nature. So this development model need to change. This is a very exploitative
concept of national integration, including or making them also the beneficiaries of this integration process. These Adivasis and the marginalized people.
In fact, if we can plan, you see, there is a formation in English where you say you stand in the shoe of the other.
Yes.
Right. If we can stand in the shoe of Adivasis and the poor people, and see what should be the development that will change their life. What will change the very unjust, very exploitative condition which they live, then I think the development model will be different. So if you want to be inclusive, if you want to integrate them into this development model, we need to for a minute stand in their position and think, what are they asking for? So formulating policies according to the aspiration of people will be very important. What is happening today? Much of the policies are formulated according to what we want. Right? This is the educated man's, the so-called enlightened man's concept of development. This is not the concept of poor people. And in order to achieve this development, we are destroying the life, culture and resources of millions of people. If you go to many states, including Kerala, including Chhattisgarh, including Madhya Pradesh, or all the states, you will find large mining happening, and all these minings are by displacing Adivasis, and Adivasis are resisting, and they are not asking for anything big. They are only saying, look, please give us control over Jal Jangal Jameen. Jal Jangal Jameen means water, forest and land.
Please clarify from this view, from the point of Adivasis, Jal Jangal Jameen.
See, they feel life is all around water, forest and land. This is what God has given. If you remember Vinoba said, God-given resources are very different from government-created or people-created resources. What are the God-given resources? The land, the sky, the air, the forest, water. These are all God-given resources. And God-given resources should be accessible to all. We cannot say all the land will be for the rich people, all the water will be for water companies. There should be no discrimination. So because God-given resources are for all God's children. So that will be the concept of Vinoba, and I think if we understand that concept of God-given resources being shared by children of God, then I think there will be a different development model emerging, and that is the kind of development model that is sustainable. Now, because we are speaking about sustainable development model, based on exploitation, based on destruction of nature, there cannot be a sustainable development. Sustainable development is possible only by developing everyone. That is where Sarvodaya concept becomes important. I don't know how much people understand of Sarvodaya, because
of all.
Because now the process is well-being of minority or well-being of majority. This is what people understand. And Mahatma Gandhi was good enough to tell us well-being of majority is not good enough, well-being minority is not good enough. What is important is well-being of all.
Sarvodaya.
Sarvodaya. And that is where the Sarvodaya concept came. So well-being of all should be the focus of every planning. And well-being of all should begin with well-being of last. That's why Gandhi said Antyodaya.
Do you suggest that some actions are to be taken by the government from the legal perspective?
I think it is more of education of people at large, education of planners, education of educated people. Educating the educated is very difficult, you know, because we all believe we are educated. So re-educating the educated, we need to revisit our own perspective, our own perception of development, because we want a country based on justice. Because a country based on justice will also be a country of peace. A country based on injustice can never be a country of peace. So what is important is that all of us to put our brain together to say India need to be a country of justice. Because that is what Gandhi told us, that is what Buddha told us, that is what Mahavir told us, that is what Vivekananda told us. So India need to be a country of justice. India need not be an America.
You are giving emphasis on a term, sustainable peace.
Yes.
Just like sustainable development.
Yes.
Now we are talking on a specific term, sustainable peace.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes, because you know, you can bring temporary peace by using force.
Yes.
You can use police and army to bring temporary peace. And as soon as there is no force, the peace will not be there, because there is injustice. So peace cannot be kept permanently in an unjust system. And world all over, where you see violence, where you see conflict, are all because of injustice, and it is everywhere in the world. So if we want sustainable peace, a sustained peace, we need to remove injustice from the society. That is why we say sustained peace or sustainable development, all that need to be based on a concept of justice. So justice will lead to peace, and ultimately we are all asking for a peaceful world. See, you and me would like to live in a peaceful world. Who would like to live in a violent world?
Explain your concept. Anger also can be converted into a positive energy. So how this is possible?
This is a very, very interesting area, because you know, for the last many years I am focusing on this. Because
anger as positive energy.
Exactly. See, everybody will come and tell you, don't be angry. Just by saying, how can you change your habit? Because anger is an emotion, like all other emotions. So it is not bad to be angry. But then what do you do with this anger is the question.
Yes.
There are many forces wanting to use this anger for destruction. Right? All the violence, you can get half a dozen young people, angry young people, and make them burn a bus. They can throw stone at the building. So anger is misused by a group of people in the society.
Yes.
Because that is what they understand. Now people like us, educated, should understand that anger is an emotion, a good emotion, because that gives people a lot more energy than usual energy, and this energy can be used for positive action. See, when I organize a non-violent yatra, non-violent journey of 1 lakh people from Gwalior to Delhi or in many places, they are angry because they are poor, they are exploited, they have no land, they are angry.
Conversion?
So this anger is getting converted into positive energy. So they are all marching, they are all dancing, they are not hating anybody, they are not hitting anybody, but then they are marching and dancing, and this is inspiring everybody. This anger getting a positive color inspires everybody. So when lakhs of people are walking because of this beautiful way of walking, everybody is bringing food, everybody is bringing medicine, young people are coming and joining. So I think we need to learn this art of converting anger into positive energy. And I believe that if you can convert solar energy and wind energy, you can also convert anger energy into positive action. So
original concept.
This is a very interesting way, and in the last many years while working with people, I was trying to develop concepts, right? And you know, one concept, interesting concept which I want to bring here.
Conversion of anger.
Yeah, conversion of anger. But then another concept I want to bring is, look, poverty is generally seen as economic poverty.
Okay.
But I think economically poor people are also very rich, because they are socially, culturally, spiritually very rich.
That poverty line is entirely different.
It is very different. You see, this, you always say they are poor. They are only economically poor. They are socially, culturally, spiritually very rich.
In other spheres they will be.
Exactly. So if you understand the strength of the poor people, then your work will be very different. Similarly, whom you call rich are economically rich. They are socially, culturally, spiritually very poor. Right? So when you want to fight against poverty, you are not only fighting economic poverty of the poor, but you are also fighting against spiritual poverty, cultural poverty of the rich.
Very brilliant idea.
So the very concept of fighting poverty, then you will say poverty is a general issue, and I need to work with everybody. I don't have to hate anybody.
So your ideas on anger,
concept,
your ideas on anger and poverty are really marvelous. So how younger generation can be motivated through these ideas?
I think younger generation need opportunity. See, younger generation are very bound by studying for a job. See, this job seeking education, every day you are only thinking about passing the examination, finding a job. And I think our universities and colleges should open them up, send them to villages, and give them opportunity to understand the world and see, in this world, in this changing world, what is my role? If the changing role is creating problem, how can I really work to solve those problems, etc., etc. So there is a lot of possibility for young people to get involved in very creative work and make the world a different place for everyone to live happily.
So Rajaji, this interface was very inspiring and thought-provoking. You are piloting so many original ideas, this anger, this poverty and all these things. We once again congratulate you for getting this award, and I hope that you will be moving ahead with a younger generation.
Thank you, Emmrc.
Hi, welcome to this session. In this session, we will be dealing with Marxist aesthetics. Marxism as a school of thought was based on the ideas that were propagated jointly by Karl Marx, a German philosopher, and Friedrich Engels, a German sociologist. They themselves called the economic theories communism rather than Marxism. The aim of Marxism was to create a classless society based on the common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. It is basically a materialistic philosophy. That is, it does not believe in the existence of a world beyond the physical world. For them, history is class struggle, where one social class exercises its power over the other, which results in conflict, bringing about a change in the very social and economic structure of the society. In the work Communist Manifesto, Marx gives a detailed account of how the bourgeois evolved during the time of industrialization, exploiting the working class. The result of this exploitation was alienation, a state where the worker was de-skilled and was made to perform fragmented or repetitive tasks, of which he or she had no overall grasp. For him, this alienation is facilitated by the superstructure, which is in turn regulated by the base. Marx and Engels have excellent knowledge of world literature and art, and loved painting and music. It is believed that during their youth they both wrote poems, and Engels at one point aspired to become a poet himself. In fact, Marx and Engels did not put forward an comprehensive theory of aesthetics, but they maintained the view that an artist or a writer's social class or his or her prevailing ideology have a major bearing on his or her work. Instead of seeing them as autonomous, inspired beings whose genius and unmatched imagination enables them to bring forth original and timeless works of art, Marxism views them as individuals formed by the social context in which they are placed. For them, art is political. Here, art should not just provide a faithful representation of reality, but must try to improve them. An alienated society can never produce a beautiful piece of work unless communism has been established. Idealist aesthetics considered art as a reproduction of the ideal, that is, a world beyond our own existence. This isolation of man from his own social existence was something which the Marxist aestheticians could not ever comprehend. In short, one can say that they repudiated the notion of art for art's sake. Marx and Engels considered it absolutely impossible to imbibe any art form as proceeding from its own inner essence. They gave a materialistic explanation to the origin of aesthetics itself. They noted that man's artistic abilities, his capacity for perceiving the world aesthetically, for comprehending its beauty, and for creating works of art appeared as a result of the long development of human society and was the product of man's labor. Another important aspect of Marxist aesthetics is the fact that even when one argues about the nature of art being a reflection of the social reality, Marxists believed in the relative autonomy of art. They believed that the art would survive and retain its value even when the social structures disappear. Here, the art remained in a strict opposition to the capitalistic production, resulting in a contradiction between these two forces, that is, the art and the material production. The more conscious artists are of this contradiction between their ideals and the capitalist reality, the louder and the clearer do their works, often despite the class origin of the very author, protest against the inhumanity of capitalist relations. This may be the reason why the very artists belonging to the bourgeois society were able to rise above the constraints of the capitalist society and condemn with immense artistic power the vices of capitalist relations. The founders of Marxist aesthetics relied on art as a powerful tool in enabling an ideological struggle between classes. While analyzing the nature of art and literature, Marx and Engels were more concerned about the problems of realism, which was believed to provide an accurate depiction of reality. They consider realism as the most supreme achievement of world art. For them, it is not the mere copy of reality, but penetrates into the essence of a phenomenon, disclosing the very minute traits of a particular age. Engels traces the development of realism in the works of Gabe de Maupassant, in the creators of the Russian realist novel of the second half of the 19th century, and in Norway's contemporary dramatists. Marx and Engels had a lively interest in Russia and attached great importance to the Russian revolutionary movement. According to them, the period of Renaissance marked an age of revolution where the great figures associated with Renaissance were not only scholars, poets or artists, but great revolutionaries in the field of science and culture. For Engels, the most vital quality of these figures was that they almost all live and pursue their activities in the midst of the contemporary movements, in the practical struggle. They take sides and join in the fight, one by speaking and writing, another with the sword, many with both. Here, art and literature becomes essentially political. Both Marx and Engels considered Dante as an important figure whose works declared the transition from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance period. They believed that his works saw the flowering of artistic genius, but at the same time were inseparable from his political ideals and aspirations. Unlike previous historians of culture who were unable to understand the class content of ideas, Marx and Engels uncovered the social, class, historical basis of the ideas of 18th century Enlightenment. They showed that the Enlightenment was not just a movement in social thought, but an ideological expression of the interest of the progressive bourgeois, which was rising up to struggle against feudal absolutism on the eve of Great French Revolution. They believed that the labor freed from exploitation can only become the source of spiritual and aesthetic creativity. And this can be realized only when there is socialism, that is, true economic, political and social freedom. Marx and Engels declared that only a proletariat revolution would be able to bring about a full realization of human morals and aesthetic value. The following are some of the key figures in Marxist aesthetics. Walter Benjamin. He was a German Jewish philosopher and cultural critic. He was associated with the Frankfurt School and was closely linked with the playwright Bertolt Brecht and the Kabbalah scholar Gershom Scholem. His important essays include The Task of the Translator, published in 1923, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, published in 1936, and Thesis on the Philosophy of History, published in 1940. His works provide a new angle to the interpretation of art and technology. The introduction of photography and film during the 20th century was often viewed with anxiety and suspicion, but he explores the possibility that are opened up. In other words, he looks at the democratizing nature of these technological innovations. Theodor Adorno. He was a philosopher, sociologist, and known for his critical theory of society. The term culture industry is associated with him. His major works include Dialectic of Enlightenment, published in 1947, Minima Moralia, published in 1951, and Negative Dialectics, published in 1966, which influenced the European New Left. In the work Dialectic of Enlightenment, jointly published by Marx, Horkheimer and Adorno, they attempted to demonstrate that the Enlightenment embodied a tension between its own project of liberation and its own new mechanisms of oppression and domination. His posthumously published Aesthetic Theory focuses on the social character of modern art. The two main questions raised by him in this work is that whether art would be able to survive in the late capitalistic society and whether the art can contribute to the transformation of the society. By posing these questions, he formulates his philosophy of art. Herbert Camus. He was a German-American philosopher, sociologist and political theorist who was closely associated with Frankfurt School. For him, modern technology, capitalism and entertainment culture are nothing but new forms of social control. He was greatly influenced by Walter Benjamin. His best known works include Eros and Civilization, published in 1955, and One-Dimensional Man, published in 1964. His critical theory is often dialectical, as it examines the modern means of oppression and subjugation along with the potential of liberation. In an essay entitled Some Social Implications of Modern Technology, written in 1941, Marcuse makes an important distinction between technology and techniques. Antonio Gramsci. He was an Italian neo-Marxist theorist and politician. The term cultural hegemony is associated with him. Writing while imprisoned in a fascist jail, Gramsci was concerned with how power works. The dominant view maintained by the practitioners of Marxism during the time was that in order to attain power, one needs to seize the means of production and administration. But Gramsci differed from this line of thought, as he believed that one cannot attain power just by doing so, but firmly believed that a new society can be forged only by creating a new consciousness among the people through the agency of culture. Here, culture appears innocent, but for Gramsci, culture is highly political. His prison notebooks, published in between 1929 and 35, a series of essays written during his imprisonment, were a great contribution to the political theory of the time. Louis Althusser. He was a French Marxist philosopher. His theory of ideology provides the foundation of a number of aesthetic studies. He himself has written 3 short essays on art, and his theory has been used by Terry Eagleton and Emmrc in their more developed aesthetic theories. In these essays, Althusser tries to explore the art-ideology relationship. Instead of concentrating on the role played by ideology in creating a consciousness among its subjects, he looks at art as a means to change individuals' consciousness. His essay, Ideology and Ideological State Apparatus, which was published in 1969, has received wide attention. Fredric Jameson. He is an American literary critic and Marxist political theorist. He has published a wide range of works analyzing literary and cultural texts and developing his own neo-Marxist theoretical position. His major works are The Prison House of Language, published in 1972, Fables of Expression, Richam Lewis, The Modernist as Fascist, published in 1979, The Political Unconscious, Narrative as a Socially Symbolic Act, published in 1981, and Postmodernism, or The Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, published in 1991. His collection of essays dealing with the critique of visual culture and films include Signatures of the Visible, published in 1991, and The Geopolitical Aesthetic, published in 1992. Another important key figure is Terry Eagleton. He is a prominent British literary theorist, critic and intellectual. His work, Ideology of Aesthetics, presents a critique of the concept of aesthetics. As such, this is a critical survey of modern Western philosophy, focusing in particular on the complex relations between aesthetics, ethics and politics. Let us summarize this session. Marxist aesthetics provided a materialistic view to art and literature. Art was conceived primarily as embodying the ideology of an age in which it was produced. At the same time, it is seen as possessing a relative autonomy. According to Marxist aestheticians, alienation serves as an important aspect of art and literature. Industrialization and capitalism created a condition where the workers got completely fragmented, a condition where they were forced to do repetitive work without having any individual role. They believe that the more a work is successful in rendering the alienation inherent in an age, the closer it is to reality. I would like to suggest some assignments based on this session. Marxism is primarily based on the materialistic view of world. Elaborate. In your opinion, to what extent have realism influenced the Marxian ideology? Ideology and hegemony are two key concepts in Marx's aesthetics. Explain. How have Adorno and Horkheimer interpreted the notion of culture and industry in the Enlightenment age? Technology has always been looked upon with suspicion. What was the stand of Marxist philosophers towards this new venture? Now, I would like to suggest some references. The Communist Manifesto, written by Marx and Friedrich Engels, published by Oxford University Press in 1992. The Marxist Theory of Art, written by Gordon Graham, published in British Journal of Aesthetics in 1997. The Work of Art in an Age of Mechanical Reproduction, written by Walter Benjamin, published in 2008 by Penguin Books. Marxism and Art, Essays in Classic and Contemporary, edited by Maynard Solomon, published in 1979 by Vintage Books. Thank you for listening to this session. I hope that it was useful.
Hello and welcome to the session on transfer of learning. Transfer is a pervasive factor which significantly influences the efficiency of learning. The new learning tasks which students meet continuously in their progress through school are accomplished more easily by application of earlier achieved generalization and by improved methods of learning. Multiple element tasks that would otherwise be difficult or impossible are reduced in complexity by inductive generalizing to the need for mastering only a few uniting principles. Learners continually interrelate and creatively extend their accumulating concepts and skill for more effective application to the problem they find or create in and out of school. The word transfer means to move from one place to another. It is commonly believed that what is gained by learning one subject can be transferred to another subject. Whatever students learn in schools is useful only when they can apply the same in everyday life. The process of carrying over habits of thinking, knowledge, skills and attitudes from one learning situation to another is called transfer of training. It implies the application of knowledge to the study of various subjects and activities in various fields. Thus, transfer means applying concepts and skills learnt in one situation to other situation. Transfer of learning definitions. According to McCuge and Trian in the year 1952, transfer of training occurs whenever the existence of a previously established habit has an influence upon the acquisition, performance or relearning of second habit. According to Go and Go in the year 1973, the carryover of habits of thinking, falling or working of knowledge or of skills from one learning area to another usually is referred to as transfer of training. According to Sorensen in the year 1948, transfer refers to the transfer of knowledge, training and habits acquired in one situation to another. Types of transfer or forms of transfer. H.C. Ellis classifies transfer on the basis of learning situations faced by the learner into three. They are positive transfer, negative transfer and zero transfer. Positive transfer. Transfer of learning or training is said to be positive when the learning or training carried out in one situation proves helpful to the learner. Examples are: the knowledge and skills related to school mathematics help in the learning of statistical computations, and the knowledge and skills acquired in terms of addition and subtraction in mathematics in school may help a child in the acquisition and division. Negative transfer. Transfer of learning or training is said to be negative when learning or training in one situation hinders, interferes or weakens the learning in another situation. Examples are: having learned to pronounce a but correctly, the child may find it difficult to pronounce put correctly, and one's regional language or mother tongue may create problems in learning the correct pronunciation and intonation related to one's national and foreign languages. Zero transfer. Transfer is said to be zero when learning or training in one situation does not have any significant influence over the learning or training in another situation. Such a situation may arise when the learning activities and subject areas have nothing in common between them. Examples are: learning history may neither help nor hinder the learning of English, and learning to play football may not help nor hinder learning to play volleyball. Gardner in the year 1965 distinguishes transfer into two types. They are lateral and vertical transfer. Lateral transfer. Lateral transfer occurs when past learning is generalizable to present learning. For example, the physics teacher hopes that certain elements of the scientific method learned in physics can be transferred to the solution of problems in biology. Vertical transfer. Vertical transfer occurs when subordinate capabilities make higher order learning possible. For example, learning to compute the length of hypothesis of a right angle triangle becomes a subskill in learning to find vectors of forces. Theories of transfer of learning. Important theories of transfer of learning are the following. Faculty theory. This is the oldest of all the transfer theories. This theory assumes that mind is composed of so many independent faculties, that is, memory, attention, imagination, reasoning and judgment. These faculties, according to this theory, are nothing but the muscles of the mind, and like muscles of the body can be strengthened or improved through exercise. In this way, such properly strengthened or improved faculties later on function automatically in all the situations and areas in which they are involved. For example, if the memory of a person is strengthened or improved to a great extent through memorization of long and difficult passages, then it can prove useful in memorizing dates, names, formulae and figures. In the same way, propagators of the theory claim that reasoning and imaginative powers developed through the study of geometrical proposition can be used in solving various problems in life which demand a good deal of reasoning and imagination. Mental discipline as an educational doctrine and as a basis for transfer of training was first seriously challenged by William James. Apperception theory of transfer. This theory is based on the concept of apperception. Apperception may be defined as process of relating new ideas or mental states to a store of old ones. The storage of old ideas and experiences is called apperception mass. When a student sets himself to learn a subject, a new ideas, or to get experience, he learns it by assimilating it with ideas or experiences already occurred and present in his mind in the form of apperception masses. The pupils acquire various types of experience in day-to-day life, in informal encounters or through lectures, textbooks and other formal learning situations. These experiences help them have a huge build-up of apperceptive mass in their subconscious mind. That is why apperceptionists like Herbert advocates the building up of a necessary apperceptive transfer. This reservoir or storage of ideas and experiences in the form of apperceptive masses may further help them utilize and carry over some or the other old ideas and experiences for being transferred to meet future situations in and outside the school boundaries. Hence, what is stored in the form of ideas or mental states may lie in the subconscious mind in the form of apperceptive masses. This in turn may be utilized for further learning in shape of transfer of memory images, dynamic perception and feeling etc. to the conscious layer of our mind. In this way, much may be transferred from a person's apperceptive mass to the learning of new ideas, facts and principles and performing of activities. Theory of identical elements. The chief profounder of the theory of identical elements in transfer of learning was Thorndike. Later on, Woodward supported this theory and used the word components in place of elements. Therefore, the theory is also called theory of identical components. This theory maintains that the transfer from one situation to another is possible to the extent that there are common or identical elements in the situation. For example, there is a possibility of transfer from the field of mathematics to the field of physics to the extent that there are some common elements like symbols, formulae, equations, numerical calculations, etc. Similarly, transfer takes place from typing to playing a piano to the extent that such skills are eye-finger coordination are identical to the both activities. Thus, similarities in two situations with regard to the common elements of content, skill, attitude, method, aim, habits, interest, etc. facilitate the process of transfer. Theory of generalization. The theory of generalization as an explanation of transfer of training or learning has been put forth by Charles Jett. The theory insists on a systematic organization and generalization of experiences in order to achieve the maximum transfer of learning or training. It also advocates the transfer of generalization in new situations in place of identical elements as suggested by Thorndike. As a result of certain experiences, the individual reaches some conclusion or generalization. This conclusion or generalization can be applied by him to oncoming new situations. Thus, generalization is nothing but a principle, a law or a rule which can be easily transferred to other situations. According to this theory, as Crow and Crow in the year 1973 put it, the developing of special skills, the mastery of specific facts, the achieving of particular habits or attitudes in one situation have little transfer value unless the skills, facts, habits are systematized and related to situation in which they can be utilized. Theory of transposition. This theory has been propagated by Gestalt psychologists. They brought into focus the role of insight and understanding in learning something or behaving in a particular way. Accordingly, they emphasized the role of insight in the mechanism of transfer. The identical elements or generalization do not get transferred automatically unless one has developed the proper insight of using and employing them and is decided to go transfer it at the right time. This process of gaining or developing insight into the use of concepts and generalization in one situation and employing it afterwards in other situation is called transposition. It is this transposition of insight which can be a medium or a base for the transfer of learning from one situation to another. This means that the key to transfer from one situation to other lies in the development and transposition of proper insight. Hence, as the theory asserts, good results in the process of transfer of learning may be achieved if a person develops the attitude of throwing proper insight in learning, tries for a generalization of the gained insight by perceiving common factors in different situations, and tries to understand how generalization can be used. Theory of ideals. This theory was put forward by W.C. Bagley. He tried to explain mechanism of transfer in terms of ideals. This has been illustrated by an experiment. Bagley advised children to keep their mathematics notebook neat. These children kept their mathematics notebook neat, but all other notebooks were more or less shabby. But when neatness was presented as an ideal, he could find better transfer effect. They learned to keep their book, classroom and surroundings neat. Thus, the theory of ideals emphasizes that the ideals like love for wisdom, thirst for knowledge, tolerance for difference of opinion, spirit of inquiry, etc. are transferable from one situation to another, and therefore every attempt should be made to develop desirable ideals among the children. Theory of learning to learn by Harlow. It is commonly observed that individuals improve in their ability to learn tasks when they have practiced a series of related or similar tasks. For example, if a person solves linear equations in algebra for a number of days, he becomes progressively more efficient in solving linear problems. He not only becomes more accurate but also faster. This progressive improvement in performance is a form of transfer known as learning to learn. It ranges from rote memory to problem solving. The similarity relationship involved appears to be learning general approaches or modes of attack, becoming familiar with the situation and learning related classes of material. Some experimental studies on transfer of learning. Judd's experiments. Judd conducted a dart throwing experiment to test the transfer value of generalization. He took two groups of children after matching them in terms of intelligence of 5th and 6th stages or grades. He called one group as experimental group and the other as control group. The purpose of experiment was to study the effect of instruction in the principle of refraction of light upon the ability of boys to throw darts at targets placed under water. The experimental group was given a full theoretical explanation of refraction, and the other group was left to the work without theoretical training. Both groups of boys were then asked to throw darts to hit a target placed 121 inches under water. Both groups did not do well irrespective of the fact that the experimental group had a theoretical understanding of the phenomenon of refraction. This theoretical understanding of refraction could not help the experimental group to perform better than the control group. Again the situation was changed. The target was placed again under the water. This time the experimental group showed much better results than control groups. Both the groups had an equal chance of practice, whereas the control group could not make use of its earlier experience to perform the task now, but the experimental group achieved maximum benefits out of it. The understanding of the principle of refraction helped them hit the underwater targets, which appear to be a little raised than their actual position. On the basis of this experiment, Mr. Judd concluded that it is the generalization of the understanding of some relationships which is usually transferred from the earlier situation to the later one. Similarly, the day-to-day generalized experiences of a child, like by touching fire we get burned, the green apples are sour in taste, always get transferred to an oncoming new situation. Therefore, one is largely benefited by systematic and organized generalization of experiences, and in this way this theory lays stress on the generalization of specific experiences and formulation of some rules or principle so that they may be transferred from situation to situation. Experiment by Hendrickson and Schroeder. Other experiments with more precise statistical treatment of their data have at least partly confirmed Judd's results. Hendrickson and Schroeder, using 3 equated groups of 8th grade boys as subjects, directed them to practice shooting BB shots at targets first placed 6 inches and the 2 inches underwater until 3 successive bull's-eye hits were attained. One experimental group was given an explanation of the theory of refraction, another studies the explanation of refraction, and was also explicitly warned that changing depth of water in the second test would change the amount of refraction. Following Judd's experimental design, the principle of refraction was withheld from a third group, the control group. The amounts of transfer of skill from the 6-inch depth to the 2-inch depth, as measured by reduction in number of trials required to attain the bull's-eye criterion, were 34.1% for the control group, 36.5% for the group given an explanation of refraction plus a more specific statement of how it would apply with the changed conditions. Only the principle of refraction plus a suggestion produced a significant advantage. Experiments by Dorsey and Hopkins. Dorsey and Hopkins demonstrated that transfer is more likely to occur if students are given explicit direction to apply their knowledge. First, they taught 2 equated groups of college students more efficient reading techniques, college Latin and descriptive geometry. Then they tested both groups. Reading comprehension, a vocabulary list comprised of Latin derivatives and miscellaneous items related to geometry. The only difference in preparation for the test of the 2 groups was that the experimental group was warned before each test to use the appropriate previously learned concepts and skills. The control group, although they have acquired the same knowledge, did not receive explicit direction to apply it in the test and failed to do so as effective as the warned group. W.C. Bagley's experiment in transfer. There are 2 experiments in transfer neatness which support Bagley's assertion. In the first experiment, the experimenters emphasized neatness in the preparation of arithmetic papers by pupils in the 3rd grade. Nothing was said about neatness in the rest of the school subjects. Language and spelling papers were then compared with arithmetic papers for improvements in neatness. While the arithmetic papers showed clear proof of neatness, the language and spelling papers were rather less neat. It was concluded that specific training in neatness in one area did not transfer to other areas. In the other investigation, the experimenters insisted on neatness in all papers, and the children were told about the advantage of neatness in the other aspects of life inside and outside the school. In this way, great effort was made to develop the ideals of neatness. The results showed an overall improvement in neatness in all subjects. The conclusion was that ideals do transfer. There are Other experimental illustrations given by various psychologists also in order to explain transfer of learning or transfer of training. Let me summarize the session. The chapter provides a detailed analysis of the concept of transfer of learning. The different definitions for transfer are given. The chapter discusses the different types of transfer such as positive transfer, negative transfer, zero transfer, lateral transfer, vertical transfer, etc. The important theories of transfer: faculty theory, apperception theory, theory of identical elements, theory of generalization, theory of transposition, theory of learning to learn, and theory of ideas are well discussed. The chapter also describes some important experimental studies related to transfer of learning. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. Explain the classification of transfer on the basis of learning situations faced by the learner. List out and explain the different types of transfer of learning. Explain apperception theory of transfer of learning. Describe the theory of ideal of transfer of learning. Discuss Judd's experiment on transfer of learning. Hope that you may go through the reference books given here. Educational Psychology, Theory and Practice by R. E. Slavin in the year 1994, Aline and Bacon, USA. The Transfer of Learning by H. C. Ellis in the year 1965, the Macmillan Company, New York. Transfer of Learning, International Encyclopedia of Education, 2nd edition by D. N. Perkins and G. Sellerman in the year 1992, Perkman Press, Oxford. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
Grooming without a mirror? Not possible. Mirrors are a part of our daily routine. They are made of glass coated on one side with silver nitrate and a layer of protective paint. The silver nitrate coating reflects light and thus presents the image of the viewer. Prior to the development of glass mirror making technology in the late 19th century, it was the still surfaces of liquids such as water that served as mirrors for civilizations across hundreds of centuries. Was it not in one such watery mirror that Narcissus, as Greek mythology goes, saw his own reflection, fell in love with it, and pined to death? Water, the gift of nature, is capable of reflecting life as beautiful as it is. Civilizations, however, needed compact and handy reflecting devices. That need was actualized in the Iron Age, with the development of mirrors in ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, and India. Though extinct elsewhere now, that ancient metal mirror craft is alive, perhaps only in Aranmula, a village in Pathanamthitta district in southern Kerala. Thanks to the ancestors of Arjunan Achari for zealously pursuing and preserving the traditional metal mirror craft in the family for well over 2 centuries now. Arjunan Achari's forefathers were metal craftsmen in Tamil Nadu. In the middle of the 18th century, at the behest of the Pandalam Raja, they migrated to Kerala to execute metal works at the Aranmula Parthasarathi temple. After the temple's consecration, they settled down in Aranmula and took to making fine quality mirrors from metals. Though simple, a fine sense of metallurgy, enormous dedication, and exceptional dexterity are needed to master the craft. This, however, is no deterrent to Arjunan Achari's family from pursuing the craft. Having learnt all the finer aspects of the craft, Selvaraj, the youngest son of Arjunachari, is now treading the path of his forefathers. Though not a remunerative vocation, young Selvaraj is committed to keep the traditional craft alive. Metal mirrors, objects of beauty, are the product of traditional metal craft. The craft involves 5 distinct processes: preparation of alloy, preparation of mold crucible assembly, casting of metal discs, polishing of the discs, mounting mirrors on brass frames. Bronze is the alloy used in making metal mirrors. It is about 29% tin and 70% copper, with other elements such as zinc, phosphorus, iron, and nickel in traces. The crucible mold assembly, unique to the metal mirror craft of Aranmula, consists of 2 burnt clay discs. The inner surface of one of the discs is coated with fine clay and is rubbed so as to obtain a smooth surface. It is this surface that holds the front face of the mirror. Therefore, nothing is left to chance in making the surface evenly plane. The level is carefully checked. Excess clay is scraped and the surface is gently rubbed to reach the required evenness. The second disc also undergoes a similar treatment, but not so critically as the first one, for this surface of the disc holds the back face of the metal cast. Both the discs are given a coat of fine charcoal prior to being taken up for assembly. To create space between the discs of the metal cast, tin pieces of the height of the cast are kept on the edge of the disc. A piece of wax between the discs provides a passage for the molten alloy to flow from the crucible into the mold. The edges of the discs are sealed with clay. The sealed mold is coated with the first investment mixture of fresh clay and finely ground burnt clay. This is followed by a second investment mix containing roof tile powder and chopped jute. A similar treatment of clay coating is provided on the other side of the crucible mold assembly to ensure protection to the cast. At the point where the wax is kept, a mouth-like cavity is shaped. A clay crucible that holds the alloy is placed into the cavity and is firmed up. Clay from the base of the crucible is carefully removed, exposing the wax. A hole is made at the base of the crucible. It is through this hole that the gases formed in the crucible during casting are liberated. The dried crucible mold assembly is ready to take the charge of the copper tin alloy. The alloy lumps broken into small pieces are loaded into the crucible. The mouth of the crucible is now sealed. To ensure that the molten alloy doesn't leak, the mouth of the assembly is covered with a thick coat of clay mixed with jute. This is followed by a thin investment layer of superfine clay. The crucible mold assemblies with the charge of the alloy are then sun-dried. The dried crucible mold assemblies are ready for the casting process. The molds are positioned in the charcoal-filled furnace pit with the crucible portion resting on the bed of the pit. The furnace is fired. It is long experience that guides the craftsman in the charging of the furnace to the right degree of temperature to melt the alloy loaded in the crucible. The craftsmen go by the shade of the amber to know when the alloy is done. The assemblies will now be taken out of the furnace for casting. Before casting, the hole in the crucible made for the gases to escape is closed with clay. The molten charge is cast by slowly turning the assembly upwards. This allows the molten alloy to flow down into the circular mold. A few gentle taps ensure that the alloy spreads evenly throughout the mold, assuming the shape of a disc. This exacting work done by Emmrc craftsmen seldom fails. While the charge is still red hot, the crucible mouth is broken open and allowed to cool. Despite the utmost care given, the craftsman doesn't know whether the disc is intact until the mold is opened. It indeed is. The disc so obtained is dull and lustreless. It is this piece of alloy that is transformed into a mirror. But before the mirror comes alive out of the slack disc, it has to be sized and shaped. The craftsmen exercise great attention so as not to break the fragile thin disc. It is shaped to give a roughly oval form. Now begins the fourth stage of polishing the disc. For polishing, which is a tedious process often lasting a couple of days, the disc is embedded on the waxed surface of a wooden blank. The metal disc is polished on several abrasive media. First, a round of polishing on a coarse sandpaper. This helps remove the tiny metal fluffs off the surface of the disc. Then, polishing on a finer wet paper gives smoothness and a little luster. Now begins a third and final round of polishing. Starting with a medium of jute fiber, the polishing is done on a series of fine-textured cotton cloths. In this phase of polishing, craftsmen have to exercise restraint in applying pressure, for any excess pressure could break the disc, shattering the whole labor. But the deft hands of the Emmrc craftsmen seldom fail, because what powers their hands is a skill that has stood the test of time across generations. It is this perfect, smooth finish they give that makes the copper tin alloy come alive. Come alive as mirror, the mirror of life. Now begins the last phase in the creation of the Emmrc metal mirror. These mirrors, a marvel of traditional craftsmanship, should indeed be housed in a frame matching their aesthetic charm and beauty. The brass frames come in a variety of ornate designs. Floral and animal patterns, drawn from the traditional temple arts, lend a majestic aura to the frames. The polished mirror is warmed just enough to separate it from the wooden blank, and is then mounted on to the finished frame. A bed of wax on the frame holds the mirror securely. Mirror tikkas and ornamental stones enrich the aesthetic appeal of the mirror. No wonder then that these metal mirrors are held in high esteem as objects of a rare craft that is alive only in Emmrc. For the connoisseurs, these objects of matchless perfection are not merely mirrors. They are more than mirrors, a precious embodiment of an ancient heritage.
Welcome to the session of Organization of Knowledge, Library Classification. In this session, we will discuss mapping of knowledge in classification schemes and call number. The subjects in the universe of subjects always maintain different degrees of mutual relationships among them. Therefore, the universe of subjects form a multi-dimensional universe. Since subjects are embodied in documents, classifying and arranging documents is equivalent to placing this multi-dimensional universe of subjects in one line. Any library classification scheme should be capable of accommodating all the subjects in one line in such a way that the neighborhood relations among subjects may not be disturbed. The schemes are expected to be useful in classifying all the subjects of the past, of the present and of the anticipatable future and arranging them in the order of the measure of their mutual relations. Since the structure and layout of the schemes vary from one another, we can see that the multidimensional universe of subjects is presented or mapped differently in different schemes. The difference in the mapping of universe of subjects in schemes for classification can be studied with respect to the factors such as helpful sequence among various subjects, notational capacity and provision for accommodating newly emerging subjects. Mapping of the universe of subjects in DDC. Melville Dewey published the first edition of his scheme, popularly known as Dewey Decimal Classification DC or DDC, in the year 1876 under the title A Classification and Subject Index Rules for Catalogue and Arranging the Books and Pamphlets of a Library. This first edition consisted of 44 pages only, of which 14 pages contained introductory material, 12 pages were devoted to schedules and 18 pages to index. The DDC is currently running in 23rd edition, which was published in the year 2011. The universe of subjects conceived in DDC bears some influence of the classification of knowledge by the philosophers Aristotle and Francis Bacon. W.T. Harris inverted the Baconian order of history and philosophy and devised a scheme for the use of his library. Dewey adopted this inverted Baconian sequence and elaborated in his classification scheme. Now, let me summarize the basic structure and layout of DDC. The universe of knowledge has been divided in DDC into 10 main classes at the broadest level. Decimal numbers 0 to 9 are assigned to each main class. These 10 main classes have further been divided into 10 divisions each to get 100 divisions. The 100 divisions have further been divided into 10 sections each to get 1000 sections. Each section has been then divided into 10 subsections and so on. This process, that is division of each section, continues again into 10 subsections, sub-subsections and so on. The lists of subjects in the first three divisions are known as first summary, second summary and third summary respectively. In the notational level, each subject gets a decimal number. As far as main classes are concerned, the division starts from 000, which is the most general class. There is no well-defined relation between the consecutive classes, although efforts have been seen to put related classes together. In the first order of classes, only the first digit is significant. In the second order of classes, the first two digits are significant. In these cases, zeros are used to fill out the notation to a minimum base of 3 digits. A decimal point is put after the third digit, after which 10 divisions continue. Here we have the 10 main divisions in the first summary. 000 refers to generalities, 100 to philosophy, 200 to religion, 300 social sciences, 400 language, 500 science, 600 technology, 700 useful arts, 800 literature, 900 history, geography, travel. The base of DDC notational system is Indo-Arabic numerals 0 to 9, and as such it is more or less a pure notational system. But provisions have been made at places to use alphabets also in defined cases. The notation is decimal fraction and is hierarchical with a small base of 10 digits. The editorial committee of DDC is constantly working towards incorporating devices to accommodate future growth of subjects. The ways and means to provide hospitality in array and chain have enabled DDC to withstand the challenge posed by the dynamic nature of universe of subjects. Moreover, the provisions of tables and frequent notes have enabled the scheme to withstand the pressure of newly emerging compound subjects. Now, mapping of the universe of subjects in UDC. The Institute International de Bibliography (IIB) at Brussels, on the initiative of Paul T. Outlet and Henry La Fontaine, extended and adapted DDC 5th edition for the preparation of Repertoire Bibliographique Universelle. During 1896 to 1905, the IIB published the adapted and extended version of DDC in 35 parts. Its first complete edition was published during the year 1927 to 1933 under the title Classification Decimal Universelle. The fourth edition of the scheme was brought out in English under the auspice of British Standards Institute (BSI) with the title Universal Decimal Classification. The work was undertaken in fascicules under the series BS 1000. More than 100 such fascicules have been published containing schedules for various subjects. The first abridged English edition, BS 1000A, was brought out in 1948, second in 1957 and third in 1961. Besides abridged editions, UDC has been published in variety of editions, example, full edition, medium length edition, edition of special parts, excerpt edition, conventional edition. The UDC resembles in all essential characteristics the DDC which has been adopted as its core. It has retained the general base of DDC by classifying the universe of knowledge into 10 divisions. The numbers 1 to 9 have been devoted to various subject fields and 0 to generalities. The structure of main classes is as shown on the screen. 0 refers to generalities, 1 to philosophy, 2 religion, theology, 3 social sciences, 4. Philology, languages. 5. Pure sciences. 6. Applied sciences. 7. The arts. 8. Literature. 9. Geography, biography, history. With this basic structure, the main classes are further divided into divisions and sections with the help of decimal fraction notation. The principle underlying the division is from general to specific, that is hierarchy in subject and notation. The auxiliary tables provide facility for maximum synthesis of subject matter, even though the bulk of the main schedules is derived by enumeration. There are two types of auxiliary tables: common auxiliaries and special auxiliaries. The introduction of connection and relation signs has made UDC really a flexible and universal scheme. Mapping of the universe of subjects in CC. Dr. S.R. Ranganathan published calling classification CC edition 1 in the year 1933. The 6th edition was published in 1960. Edition 7 was published in 1987, reprinted in 1989. This is the latest edition of the scheme. CC is a freely faceted scheme for classification. It has postulated a maximum of 5 fundamental categories which a subject may possess. These are personality, matter, energy, space and time. The first division of universe of knowledge is, in traditional main subjects, represented by Roman capitals and the Greek letter delta. All the isolates going with each of the main classes are enumerated facet-wise under the respective main class. Apart from the schedule of the main subjects, there are schedules for common isolates also. A study of the mapping of the main subjects in CC reveals that a helpful sequence has been achieved among them. All the natural sciences have been placed together from A to L, and all the applied sciences have been placed next to the pure sciences on which they are based. Similarly, humanities N to R and social sciences S to Z are together. CC used mixed notation consisting of Roman capitals, Roman smalls, Indo-Arabic numerals and Greek letters. Since the scheme uses very wide base of mixed notation, its notational capacity is broad. With the use of various devices, this can be stretched to almost infinity. CC secures full hospitality in arrays and chains with the help of extrapolation and interpolation, thereby making the scheme capable of standing the pressure of future growth in the universe of subjects. Call number, class number, book number and collection numbers. Call number. Call number of a document is the number denoting the exact position of a document in a library relative to the other documents. It determines the unique position of a document in the library. This number may be used by readers in calling for a book. It consists of 3 parts: class number, book number and collection number. These 3 components of call number should be written quite distinct from one another. There are different practices in writing the call number. Most of the librarians follow either class number, book number, above book number you have collection number, or collection number, class number, book number. This is illustrated as E9G N69, above N69 we have LD, or LD E9G N69. Collection number will be absent for books which are not assigned to a particular collection but are placed in the general stack. Class number. The first step in classifying a document is to place the document in the ultimate class to which it may belong. Ultimate class is the class of the smallest extension in the preferred scheme for classification in which the book can be placed. The ordinal number of the ultimate class of the document according to the preferred scheme of classification is called the class number of the document. For example, 954 is the class number of a book on Indian history according to DDC, while its class number according to CC is V44. Book number. In a library, there may be many documents belonging to the same ultimate class. Hence, there would be a need to individualize such documents having the same class number. The documents belonging to the same ultimate class have to be subarranged on the basis of some appropriate characteristics. The characteristics to be used can be some of the non-knowledge attribute of the document, such as the name of the author, year of publication, language, form of exposition, volume, etc. The book number of a book is the translation of the names of these specified features of the book into the artificial language of ordinal numbers. This notation fixes the position of the book relatively to the other books having the same ultimate class. The book number is usually written either vertically below the class number or horizontally after it with a space as shown on the screen. Vertically 2:55 N67 or horizontally 2:55 N67. Bertha Barden has listed 6 important reasons for using book numbers. First one, to arrange books in order on the shelves. Second, to provide a brief and accurate call number for each book. Third, to locate a particular book on the shelf. Fourth, to provide a symbol for charging books to borrowers. Fifth, to facilitate the return of books to the shelves. Sixth, to assist in quick identification of a book when inventories are taken. There are mainly 2 methods in practice by which book numbers are constructed. First one, individualization by the name of the author. Second, individualization by year of publication. J.D. Brown favors alphabetical arrangements of books by the names of authors within each specific subject. H.E. Bliss favored the use of some kind of notation for book number. Ranganathan endorses the views of Bliss and favors the choice of year of publication as a characteristic for book number. According to Dr. Ranganathan, a scheme of book classification should include a scheme for book numbers also, to individualize the documents having the same class number and to mechanize their preferred arrangement among themselves. Individualization by the name of author. First few letters of the surname of the author of the document is used to individualize the document. This method is considered as the simplest method for the construction of book numbers. Many libraries use the first 3 letters of the surname of author and then the first letter of the title also. Example, for the book Prolegomena to Library Classification written by S.R. Ranganathan, the book number will be RAN/P. The limitation of this method is that it cannot distinguish the following kinds of documents. First one, copies of the same book. Second, different editions of the same book. Third, each volume of a multi-volumed set. Fourth one, documents written by the authors whose surnames start with the same initial letters. Example, Richard and Richardson, Gopi and Gopidas. A more refined method based on the name of the author is to translate the name into a number. Here the initial letter is followed by a number. For example, Freeman is written as F85. Melville Dewey recommended this type of book number. Other systems in this category are those given by C.A. Cutter, 2-figure and 3-figure author table, Cutter-Sanborn 3-figure author table, and the Library of Congress shelf listing practices. An extract from the famous Cutter-Sanborn table is shown on the screen. The name of the authors beginning with AA, book number will be 111. The name of the authors beginning with AAL, book number will be 112. The name of the authors beginning with BA, the book number will be 111. The name of the authors beginning with BAB, the book number will be 112. The name of the authors beginning with CA, the book number will be 111. The name of the authors beginning with CAB, the book number will be 112. The name of the authors beginning with CABAS, the book number will be 113, and so on. According to this table, Chandler will be C455 and Benedict will be B458. Ranganathan will get R196. Individualization by year of publication. Advantage of using year of publication. Characteristic for constructing book number is that it will bring out a chronological arrangement of different publications in a specific subject. Therefore, the latest publications in a specific subject can be located easily. The schedule of book number developed by W.S. Biscoy and the facet formula for book number in Collin classification are the popular examples of schemes for sub-arranging books within the same class by their year of publications. Biscoy book number. W.S. Biscoy worked out a scheme for book number in 1885. This was called Biscoy date table. It used one Roman capital letter to represent one decade from 1800 to 1999. A represents BC, B AD 1 to 999, C 1000 to 1499, D 1500 to 1599, E 1600 to 1699, F 1700 to 1799, G 1800 to 1809, H 1810 to 1819, Y 1980 to 1989, Z 1990 to 1999. It can be seen that Biscoy table did not give any provision for works published after 1999. Collin book number. Dr. Ranganathan introduced facet analysis in the construction of book number also. He prescribed a facet formula for the book number in his Collin classification, which is as shown on the screen. L F Y A dot V hyphen S semicolon C colon CR, where L stands for number for the language of exposition taken from the language schedule of CC. F stands for number for the form of exposition taken from the form schedule given in CC. Y stands for number for the year of publication taken from time schedule or the special chronological table given in CC. A stands for accession part. This is a serial number used to distinguish the different books on the same ultimate class published in the same year and having the same language and form numbers. In the case of the first of such books, the book number should end with a year number. In the case of the second book, digit 1 should be added after the year number. In the case of third such book received in the library, the digit 2 should be added, and so on. V stands for number for the volume taken from the book itself. S stands for number for supplement taken from the book itself. C stands for number for the copy other than the first serially numbered as for A. CR stands for evaluation number used for pseudo classics. The first associated work of a pseudo classic will have the same book number as that of the pseudo classic followed by colon G. The second associated work will have the same book number as that of the pseudo classic followed by colon G1 and so on. According to the detailed rules laid down by Dr. Ranganathan for assigning the different facet numbers in the above facet formula, the year number is the only compulsory number in a book number and it will consist of 3 digits. Example, K N61 is the number for a book on the subject zoology published in 1961. K is the class number and N61 is the book number. In actual practice, many facets may not be required and hence majority of books in the library will get a book number having only the digits for year of publication. A limitation of this facet formula is that different editions of the same work will get different year of publication numbers as book numbers and get separated from each other. To bring the different editions of the same work near to each other, Dr. Ranganathan has suggested to attach the year of publication number of the subsequent edition to the year of publication number of the first edition after a semicolon. Example, 2:51 N37 semicolon N67. Now, the merits of chronological arrangement. First one, readers usually wish to get the latest books on the books pertaining to a certain span of time. In this system, they may get their reading material gathered at one place. Second, when books on a given specific subject are arranged in the sequence of their origin, it helps to trace the development of a subject over a given period. This arrangement is therefore helpful for writing trend reports, state-of-the-art reports and history of given subject. Third one, this arrangement helps in weeding out obsolete or old books belonging prior to a certain date. Collection number. It may not be helpful and convenient to arrange all the books of a library in a single sequence strictly according to their class numbers. For example, it will be difficult to retrieve reading materials from the shelf if pamphlets and undersized books are arranged along with other books of normal size. Pamphlets and undersized books should be separated out from the books of normal size. This will necessitate the formation of a separate pamphlet collection. Similarly, separate collections should be formed for oversized books, worn out books, etc. It may be necessary to form separate collections based on service exigency and kinds of reading materials. Thus, collection of reference books in the reading room, periodical collection, textbook collection, collection of less used books, printed books, manuscripts, microforms, electronic resources and so on are found in libraries. Separate collections will also have to be formed according to the departments of location in academic and business libraries. Documents in the separate collection should be arranged among themselves by their class numbers. It is necessary to indicate the collection both in the document itself and in the library catalogue or other records. The collection number of a document denotes the collection to which it belongs. It is a suitable symbol to be improvised by each library according to its needs and conveniences. A collection number scheme shall be formulated by each library to facilitate the use of documents by the readers. Dr. Ranganathan has given the following sample schedule of collection numbers. Nature of collection, collection number. For undersize, we have line under book number. For oversize, line over the book number. Worn out books, encircle the book number. Rare books, RB. Reading room collection, RR. Textbook collection, TB. Law department books, ZD. Now let us summarize the whole session. A discussion about how universe of knowledge is mapped into the three famous classification schemes DDC, UDC and CC is made at the beginning of this part. Then the role of class number, book number and collection number in document classification is explained. Class number of a document is the notation used to denote the specific subject of the document according to the preferred scheme of classification. There may be many books in a library having the same class number. Book number determines the relative place of a document among the documents having the same class number. This notation is based on various non-knowledge exigencies of a document. Two major methods are usually used for construction of book numbers. One by using the name of the author and the other by using the year of publication. W.S. Biscoe book number scheme and Collin book number facet formula are explained. The need for formulating a collection number scheme by the libraries is also discussed. Finally, the structure and format of call number is illustrated. Here are few assignments for you to work out. First one, give a critical and comparative account of the mapping of universe of knowledge in DDC and CC. Second, prepare a short note on call number. Third, what are the different methods used for deriving book numbers? Examine the advantages of each method. Fourth, mention the facet formula for book numbers in CC. Explain the different facets in this formula. Fifth, illustrate the derivation of Collin book number with examples. Now, I will provide you with a list of few books for further reading. Theory of Classification, 4th edition revised, written by Krishnan Kumar, published by Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1988. Book Numbers, a historical study and practical guide to their use, written by Komaromi John P., published by Littleton Co. Libraries Unlimited, 1981. Prolegomena to Library Classification, 3rd edition, written by Dr. Ranganathan S.R., published by Sharda Ranganathan Endowment for Library Science, Bangalore, 1967. Bachelor of Library Science Study Material, University of Calicut, 1995. Primer on Ranganathan's book numbers, written by Satija MP, published by Mittal Publications, Delhi, 1987. Thank you for watching this session. See you in the next session. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have an eminent scientist from University of Michigan Medical School, Professor Thomas Carey, and he was working in the field of papilloma virus infection in relation to cancer. Sir, you have been working in this area for a long time, and could you please explain what the papilloma virus is?
Yes, human papillomavirus is a small DNA circular virus that's highly infective, and this virus has been linked to several types of human cancer, most notably cancer of the uterine cervix in women, and only in the last 15 years we've recognized that it also is a prominent and increasingly important cause of head and neck cancer.
Sir, this virus, how is it normally gets transmitted?
It's a highly infectious, very contagious virus, and it is transmitted most frequently by intimate sexual contact. So it can be transferred from one partner to another through sexual intercourse or through oral genital contact. It may also be possible that it can be auto-inoculated by someone who has an infection from one site to another. Rarely, but occasionally, we found HPV-induced cancers of the conjunctiva of the eye. Okay. And so we guess that perhaps it could be transmitted by a finger.
Oh, okay. So, is there only a single kind of virus, or are there multiple types of this virus?
The human papillomavirus family is huge and varies tremendously. A few years ago, we had the number of discrete HPV types at something over 115. I've seen reports that there may be as many as 150 different HPV types now.
Oh, okay. How will you diagnose the presence of this virus infection?
Well, one thing that you can do to determine if somebody's been exposed to the virus is test whether or not they have antibodies circulating in their bloodstream. What we've learned, mostly from the people who are developing an HPV vaccine, is that in young women, the antibodies to the virus begins to appear about the time that women start to become sexually active. So by the age of 20 or so, most women already have antibodies against HPV.
So what kind of a disease it causes?
Well, mostly it causes a self-limiting infection, an infection that produces more virus, and the virus that's released from these lesions can go on to infect other cells, either in the same person or by passing it to a different person. Most people are aware of warts on the fingers. That is one of the many types of HPV. It's called HPV-2.
Okay.
And if you have one of those warts, the cells at the top are packed full of new viral particles. And if you have a break in your skin, then that virus can get into a break in the skin and infect other cells.
Okay. Is this the same virus which is thought of related to cancer? You are talking about the warts. It's caused by one kind of virus.
Right. So there are a huge number of what we call low-risk viruses. Those viruses, like the common wart virus or the HPV-1 virus that causes plantar warts on the sole of the foot, those almost never are associated with cancer. Then there are low-risk viruses that rarely cause cancer, but do, under occasional rare circumstances, can cause cancer. But the high-risk types are the ones that we're most interested in our laboratory. The high-risk types are closely and intimately associated with cancer and are capable of transforming a normal cell and converting it to a malignant cell. The virus is also required for the cancer cell remaining a cancer cell. If we were to use molecular techniques to knock out the virus, then that cell would stop growing.
Okay. So, what are the major kinds of virus closely related to cancer?
The high-risk HPV types are primarily HPV 16 and HPV 18 is the second most common. And then there are a family of viruses that are related to HPV 16 or to HPV 18. There are about a total of 15 now that we consider high-risk viruses and capable of oncogenic transformation.
Okay. Sir, is there natural immunity against this virus in humans?
Yes, there is. After we become infected, we begin to make antibodies against the virus, and that will prevent us from being infected by that virus again. So the majority of HPV infections might not even be noticeable. They sometimes cause lesions that are not obvious. They are productive of new virus for a period of, in women with a genital HPV infection, the estimate is for maybe 18 months to 2 years, and then it's cleared. In men, the duration of infection seems to be shorter, at least for genital infections, and that's estimated to be between 1 year and 1.5 years until it's cleared. And then people have antibodies, and they won't be infected by that virus again.
Is there any data to show that in the population, what percentage of people are protected by natural immunity?
That is a very, very tough question because the ubiquity of HPV infection is very, very high. And yet, only a small number of people who become infected develop cancer. On the other hand, in India, the incidence of cervical cancer is very, very high. And it's actually, I believe I saw a statistic that said that cervical cancer is the leading cause of death from cancer in women in India. I understand that the incidence of cervical cancer is decreasing just as it is in the United States, and that's in part due to early diagnosis.
So why scientists believe that this cancer is related to HPV infection? Is it, how do you rule out that this is just a coincidence of the infecting agent in the cancer tissue?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Dr. Cannon. In fact, it's a problem we deal with when we are studying head and neck cancers. Finding the presence of the virus itself doesn't mean causation. However, we know that the HPV viral oncogenes, which are called E6 and E7, are capable of transforming cells. So after the discovery that the various high-risk types were involved in cervical cancer, people developed cell lines and then tested whether or not E6 and E7 were required for maintaining the cancer phenotype. If those are knocked down by molecular techniques, the cells stop growing. And there's an example of a famous HPV positive cell line called HeLa that caused the cancer in a woman in the United States back in the 1950s. So here we are 65 years later, and if we were to take those cells in our lab and knock down E6, they stop growing. So we're pretty certain that it is a cause of cancer. And in addition, in cervical cancer, it is extremely rare to find a cervical cancer that does not contain high-risk HPV.
Sir, another question is how these HPV-infected cancers behave compared to its counterpart. Say, for example, in head and neck cancer, you can get non-infected cancers versus HPV-infected cancers. Do they behave differently?
That's a very good point. And actually, no, they don't. The virally induced cancers are much easier to treat, which is good because we're seeing a tremendous increase in the number of head and neck cancers caused by HPV. But right now, we're using very aggressive therapeutic methods. For these cancers, most centers have been using a combination of high-dose radiation and chemotherapy at the same time. And while this is a very toxic therapy, we are able to cure 80% of oropharynx cancers that are caused by HPV. In contrast, if we think about using the same therapy in an oropharynx cancer that's induced by smoking and alcohol abuse, we find very, very low percentages, if any, that are cured by that regimen. The problem that my clinical colleagues face now is that the toxicity of that concurrent chemotherapy and radiation is so difficult to get through that we've had some patients who die from the effects of the therapy.
Okay.
It also has a lot of long-term after effects. So right now, we and others around the world are working very hard to try and determine which of the tumors could be successfully treated by less morbid means.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, to use surgery and low-dose radiation. And so those trials are starting now, and we hope within the next 5 or 10 years that we will be able to answer that question.
Okay. So, Professor Carey, the radiation and chemotherapy are general treatment given to the cancers. Other than that, is there any specific treatment for HPV-related cancers?
Not yet. Everybody is looking for more specific cancer treatments of all types, trying to identify what are the drivers. In the case of HPV-induced cancers, we're pretty sure that the viral oncogenes are the primary driver. If we could find a way to target those, we should be able to effectively treat the cancers. However, we don't yet have a good method of doing that.
Okay.
And so right now we're trying to use clinical information, the size of the primary, the presence of lymph node metastases, to stratify the patients who might be able to get surgery, which is specific for the tumor wherever you know it is, and radiation to try and cover what you can't see. But those are both local treatment. So if it is spread beyond that, it's difficult. And we all need to find that magic bullet for once metastasis occurs.
Yeah. So, Professor Carey, since there is no specific treatment for this particular infection-related cancers, what are the other options? Because I heard about there is vaccination available, and could you elaborate on that? Yes.
So this is one of the important breakthroughs that's happened in the last 5 to 10 years. It is possible to make very, very safe and effective vaccines against the human papillomaviruses. And it's done quite cleverly by using the viral capsid proteins, and the inventors of this vaccine just cloned the genes for the capsid proteins, expressed it in bacteria, purified the protein, and it forms into a capsid without any viral DNA.
Oh, it looks like a virus, but
it looks like a virus, and it induces immunity like a virus, but it's totally safe.
Oh, okay.
And it has been rated as 99.99% effective.
Oh.
So in the trials that were done early on, none of the women who were vaccinated prior to becoming infected with HPV subsequently developed an HPV infection.
Oh.
So it's a very, very promising preventive measure.
That's a good news. Sir, how this vaccine is administered? At how many doses you need to give? At what age? Could you just explain that?
Yes. So because this vaccine prevents infection, it must be given before someone has acquired the virus.
Okay.
So in studies of antibodies, it was discovered that in young women, antibodies to HPV begin to appear almost concurrent with the sexual debut.
Okay.
So in girls that are 11 or 12, it's almost never seen that they would have antibody. But as the cohorts get older, 13, 14, 15, 18, 20, the proportion of women who are positive for antibodies to HPV increases.
Okay.
And in the NHANES study that's being carried out by the CDC in the United States, it's been demonstrated that 87% of young women by the time they are 20 already have had an HPV infection.
Okay.
So it's administered to young people, when they're 11 or 12 years old. And right now, the big issue is to make sure that we vaccinate everybody.
So regarding vaccination, so how many doses of vaccine is needed for a person?
That's another really good question. So in the workup to the development and preparation to make the vaccine widely available, it was observed that those people who got 3 complete doses had essentially 100% antibody coverage. So we knew that they were immune from that. However, the vaccine is expensive right now. It's newly released in the last several years. And so that has limited who gets the vaccine. So it's knowledgeable parents who have good health insurance are seeing that their children get all 3 vaccines. But some people only get one, and there are a number of reports out in the literature now that there is substantial immunity even from a single dose.
Okay.
So I think the companies that are developing and public health workers are trying to zero in on that, because if getting 3 complete doses and the high cost for each dose, by my understanding, it's about $400 a dose in the United States.
Okay.
So that's substantial, especially if insurance doesn't cover it. And also, this needs to be made available worldwide.
Yeah.
So I think that a lot of work is being done to determine exactly what the optimal dosage should be, and find out how we can deliver it to everyone.
Okay. So as of now, the recommended regime is to 4 doses. Or you said
no? Did I say? I'm sorry. I thought it was 3 doses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I'm not certain. It's not my job to develop the vaccines and do the testing, but that's my understanding.
Okay.
So the problem we have in the United States is that the penetrance of the vaccine into the young people is about 40% in girls are getting at least 1 dose.
Okay.
But I think it's only about 20% in boys.
Okay.
And so we need to educate parents more effectively about the risk to boys as well as girls. And we need to find a way to get this vaccine delivered in the same way we do for the typical childhood vaccines of diphtheria, mumps, and pertussis.
So is there a difference in girls and boys regarding the infection?
Yes. So the high-risk viruses that we've been talking about, HPV 16, 18, 31, 33, those are mucosal viruses. They like a moist epithelium. So the virus is more likely to produce an infection in a woman than in a man in the genital regions.
Okay.
So we think because of this that many women develop an infection, and the majority of them then develop immunity, and the infection is cleared.
Okay.
So in the people that we're seeing with oral pharynx cancer, these are men in their 40s and 50s, although we also see some that are their 60s, 70s, and 80s. But the younger group is surprising, especially since head and neck cancer has traditionally been a disease of older men who have smoked heavily and used alcohol, and those tumors develop in the 60s and 70s. The mean age for our oropharynx cancer patients for head and neck cancer caused by carcinogens, smoking and alcohol, is around 65.
Okay.
And the mean age for the HPV-induced cancers is around 55.
Okay.
The other thing that we see is the patients with HPV-induced cancer is they're far less likely to be smokers.
Oh, okay.
Fully 1/3 of them say they've never smoked.
Okay.
And many of these people are healthy and, sort of the classic jogger, healthy, plays tennis, but also is clearly sexually active, that are developing these tumors.
Okay.
So we hope that the vaccine will influence both cervical cancer and head and neck cancer.
Head and neck cancer. So, worldwide, how is the vaccination program going on?
That's a good question. So I think in well-developed and countries that are rich, shall we say, the vaccine is being used liberally and reaches a large part of the population. So I think in Northern Europe, the vaccine program is going well. I believe that in Korea, it's also taking hold there. And so there are other places, though, where the vaccine is not being widely used, like India, for example. And it would be good if we could get a broader acceptance and use of the vaccine.
Yeah. So it looks like $400 per dose is quite high, especially considering Indian scenario. So, for an Indian scenario, what you could suggest?
Well, that's a good question. So, I think there are foundations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for example, that tend to sponsor preventive interventions, and they've done a lot in Africa for a number of diseases. And I think that in collaboration with the vaccine developers, hopefully a similar type of thing could be done in India, and perhaps with some government support and education. And if we can reduce the cost, of course, that would be helpful too. But the vaccine's new now, and so I think the drug companies are trying to recover the development costs because there's a tremendous amount of expense goes into it. So I predict that the cost will go down and that we'll be able to deliver it more evenly around the world.
Is there any ethnic difference in terms of the infection? Like different people get different rates?
So we really don't think so, and I think cervix cancer is the evidence of that. Cervix cancer is pretty widespread in Northern European women. It is pretty high in sub-Saharan African women. It's high in Asia. So I think there really isn't a difference in overall susceptibility to the virus and the possibility that it will cause cancer. There were a couple of reports in the United States that oropharynx cancer in African American men was a worse disease than in Caucasian or white American men. However, that study hasn't been replicated, and I think that we need to have larger population studies. I really doubt that we'll see that there's a major difference. However, sexual mores may differ from population to population, and since having multiple partners is associated with a risk of HPV infection and development of disease, and also different sexual practices such as oral genital sex, that may increase the likelihood of an oral HPV infection and then the potential for progression to cancer. Right now, most of these cancers occur in the tonsils.
Okay. So, are there any reports that the antiviral substances or antiviral compounds like acyclovir, is it effective against this kind of infection?
That's a very good question. Acyclovir has been used in recurrent laryngeal papillomatosis. That disease is caused by HPV 6 and 11. HPV 6 and 11 also cause condylomas in the female genital tract, and so we think that when a baby is born to a mother that has an active condyloma that's releasing virus, that during birth the baby may actually ingest some of the virus, and in the developing larynx, the immature larynx, the virus can then get to and infect the basal cell. And then once the infection takes place, then there's amplification of the virus, and the children develop warts within their larynx. And these can be life-threatening because the baby's larynx is tiny, and the wart actually fills it up. So In a young child that's hoarse frequently or has difficulty breathing should be seen to rule out the possibility of laryngeal papillomas. The other problem with this disease is that they don't tend to go away. In some individuals, when the child reaches puberty, the infection does go away. In others, it continues even after puberty. And so acyclovir is often used in treating laryngeal papillomatosis to try and control it. But I think that I haven't seen a good clinical study that really determines the effectiveness of it, because I think each laryngologist who treats this disease will try what they think is going to work best. So sometimes maybe they'll excise it. Sometimes they'll use a laser to burn it out. And then to prevent recurrence, they often add acyclovir. But I think what we need is a well-designed clinical trial to determine exactly what the most beneficial treatment method is.
Okay. So, Professor Khairy, as of now, since we don't have any specific treatment, of course, vaccine is being developed and it's being run in different countries. What all preventive measures you suggest?
Yes, so barrier methods work against HPV, and so you can reduce the risk with condom use or other barrier type methods. I've been told that dental dams are sometimes used, or a similar sort of female version of a condom, and that can decrease the likelihood of an infection. But the virus is very small, and so barrier methods are not 100% effective.
Sir, it was very informative and useful information from you. And thank you, sir, for having with us to this program. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste, sir. I'm honored to be invited to be here. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome to this session. Today, we will be dealing with feminist aesthetics. Aesthetics occupies a very central position in the Western philosophy that is consistent with its fundamental logic, metaphysics, and epistemology, and with its value commitments. The attempt of the feminist aesthetics is to challenge this entire framework and to recast and reconceptualize it from a feminist perspective. For them, the domain of Western aesthetics and the philosophy of art had remained patriarchal. Art or techne denotes skill. It meant any human endeavor which was distinct from the objects of nature. The different forms of art were considered primarily as imitative. For instance, sculptures imitated human forms, music imitated the sounds of nature and the voice of human emotions, and so on. The mimetic nature of art was accepted without any argument, and the philosophers like Aristotle even praised the ability of an artist to recreate an object of nature with much greater degree of perfection, although Plato had a completely different take on it. Unlike most of his contemporaries, Plato regarded mimesis as dangerous. For him, imitation takes man away from reality. Mimesis substitutes illusion for truth, and it does so in seductively pleasurable ways. As art appeals to one's emotion over one's rational mind, it should be curbed in a systematic society. Plato's denigration of mimesis does not seem immediately to have anything to do with gender. although his influential system has important indirect implications that are rife with gendered significance. While placing the eternal, abstract, intellectual world of ideal forms over the transient, particular, sensual world of physical objects, Plato, consciously or unconsciously, had indulged in the creation of certain essentialistic binaries which are deeply correlated with gender asymmetry. There has been difference in opinion regarding the rise of special category of arts designated as fine arts. Some claim that the concept begins to emerge in the Renaissance, while others argue that it is not until the 18th century that fine arts really forms up as a distinct classification. The emergence of fine arts as a distinct class had altogether diminished the mimetic nature of art, favoring the romantic concept of art as a means of self-expression. The focus on fine arts singles out the purely aesthetic values of works of art and positions them so centrally that the very concept of art is narrowed. The art that was appreciated for its beauty was sharply distinguished from other skills that resulted in the production of objects of practical use such as utensils, furniture, etc. The latter came to be termed as craft. Artistic creativity increasingly came to be regarded as a kind of personal expression that externalizes the vision of the individual artist in a work of autonomous value. Craft, by contrast, aims at some practical use. For feminists, the creation of fine art, craft, distinction or binary had indeed played a crucial role in repressing the feminist aesthetics. While there are many objects that are excluded from the category of fine art whose makers are male, those objects of domestic use whose creation are predominantly the occupation of women were all marginalized by this category. This might be the reason that we have very few women artists in painting, music and sculpture. The feminist art had always focused on the depiction of female oppression, female body and sexuality, breaking all the conventional frames of art. For them, their art exhibits aesthetics of experience. Feministic aesthetics is not about a particular style or aesthetics, but is the very act of scrutinizing the gendered nature of dominant art discourse which appeared to be neutral. The French feminists have even challenged the mainstream linguistic discourse, introducing the notion of écriture féminine. They asserted the need to formulate a language that could articulate the lived experience of women. Hélène Sexu. Sexus is an Algerian or French feminist writer who is best known for her work The Laugh of Medusa. In the text, she appeals to women to use her body as a source of power and inspiration. The conventional art is vested on the interest of mainstream society, protecting their morality and interest. It was a crime for women to discuss about their body and sexuality. Here, Sexu is overtly challenging all those patriarchal structures by breaking the very language on which this whole system survives. Lucy Irigaray. Irigaray is a Belgian-born French feminist. Her works like Speculum of the Other Woman, published in 1974, and This Sex Which Is Not One, published in 1977, gained her international recognition. Her notion of writing the body is founded upon Sexu's idea of écriture féminine. Julia Kristeva. Kristeva is a Bulgarian-French feminist, critic, philosopher and psychoanalyst. Her idea of semiotic as opposed to the notion of symbolic, which was formulated by Lacan, stressed on the presence of a female language in the pre-Oedipal stage. Her works include Powers of Horror, Revolution in Poetic Language, Desire in Language, etc. Feminist art. In spite of the sweeping changes that were brought about by the feminists in the 1970s, there remained meager number of female practitioners in the field of painting, music and sculptures. It was felt that the craft fine art division was not the exclusive reason for the exclusion of women from the artistic discourse. The very anti-art and avant-garde movements addressed by contemporary philosophers were just male-dominated. This resulted in the transformation of feminist art practices as activist movements. This provided more visibility to female artists. The feminist art has questioned the aesthetic value attached with art. The visibility of female body as mere objects for artistic representation was replaced by the visibility of women as potential artists. In brief, feminist artists share a political sense of the historic social subordination of women and an awareness of how art practices have enabled that subordination, which is why the history of aesthetic illuminates their work. The more politically minded artists, especially those who participated in the feminist movement of the 1970s, often turned their art to the goals of freeing women from the oppressions of male-dominated culture. They have openly embraced the need to represent certain tabooed subjects such as menstruation and childbirth, and have also artistically represented the female body from a female perspective. The post-feminist artists have explored the body, gender and the sexual identity of female in their works. The artists of this period were considered as more political than their predecessors. The very idea that sex, gender and sexuality were the mere creations of culture provided more possibilities for these artists. Linda Nochlin. She is a prominent feminist art historian. Her critical attention has been chiefly directed in investigating the role of gender in the creation and apprehension of art. Her 1971 essay, Why Have There Been No Great Women Artists?, presented a gender-based perspective to art and also considered the outsider's position of women as a privilege. According to Nochlin, such a position will allow the women to provide a true critique and will also enable her to analyze the politics of gender operating within the domain of art. Audre Lorde. Lorde brought about a new insight into the very feministic philosophy by raising the issue of race. In 1984 came out an essay entitled The Master's Tool Will Never Dismantle the Master's House, which stressed on how women of color are overlooked in visual arts. She urged on the importance of considering intersectionality within feminist art discourses. Bell Hooks. Bell Hooks, in her work Art is My Mind, discusses the need to maintain intersectionality. For her, the lack of visual representation of women has resulted in art being meaningless in the lives of black women. She considers visual arts as a powerful medium for asserting one's identity and self. Aesthetics of everyday life. Moving away from aesthetic world of art dominated by men, feminist aesthetics inquires into the presence of aesthetics in the lived experience of women. Here, the attention has been directed to the personal sphere of women, that is, the everyday life of women and her private body. Scholarship on everyday aesthetic includes examination of craft practices which are often pursued in the home where many women continue to work, and to artistic traditions that do not feature a distinction between fine art and craft. For feminists, cooking, cleaning, arranging furniture and other items have its own aesthetic value which is often sidelined. There is a growing body of philosophy that explores issues about food and eating, which are topics that were hitherto neglected. The absence of certain topics such as pregnancy and motherhood has been explored by the feminist and post-feminist artists. The aesthetics of the body includes the maternal body, the changes that the female bodies undergo during pregnancy, parenthood, birth and nursing. The area of inquiry here is not the depiction of these subjects in art or literature or their dramatization in theatre or film, but the aesthetics of the lived experience itself. Recently, social networking sites were witness to a series of photographs representing pregnancy and motherhood. Though the attempt was severely criticized by the society, one can find an attempt on the part of the feminists to make the society aware about their presence. Now, let's summarize this session. Literature and artistic movements often sprout as an offshoot of a political movement. Started as a movement to attain suffrage for women, feminism has evolved as a social, political and artistic movement gaining visibility for women. Feminist aesthetics have challenged the age-old values associated with Western philosophy of art, which were primarily male-centered. The very distinction between the aesthetics and the practical use of art has rendered an inferior position to women. The attempt of both feminist and post-feminist artists have been to recreate and reconceptualize an aesthetics which would address female experience. Now, I would like to suggest you some assignments based on this topic. How feminism has tried to subvert the age-old binaries pertaining to art and culture. Compare feminist aesthetics and Marxist aesthetics. How feminists have used body as a discourse to define their own sensibilities and philosophy. Post-feminism can be seen as an extension of feminism. State your ideas. Do you agree to the idea that feminism was highly influenced by psychoanalysis? If yes, elaborate. Now here are some references. Blackwell Guide to Feminist Philosophy, edited by Linda Martin Alcoff and Eva Feder-Kete, Blackwell Publishers, published in 2007. Feminist Aesthetics and the Politics of Modernism, written by Eva Plonovka-Syrek, Columbia Publishers, published in 2012. The Master's Tools Will Never Dismantle the Master's House. It's an essay which is compiled in Sister Outsider, Essays and Speeches, edited by Audre Lorde, published in 1984. The Role of Feminist Aesthetics in Feminist Theory. It is published in a journal, the Journal of Aesthetics and Art Criticism by Hilde Heine, published in 1990. Thank you for listening to this session. Hope it was useful.
Hello and welcome to the session on Jean Piaget's cognitive learning theory. Jean Piaget, a Swiss biologist, had profound interest in epistemology, a branch of philosophy concerned with nature of knowledge. But afterwards, he developed a keen interest in child and cognitive psychology. Piaget proves a larger context in which he views the acquisition of knowledge and competence as consequence of growth and interaction with the physical and social environment. Piaget had a background in biology. He called his theoretical framework as genetic epistemology because he was primarily interested in how knowledge developed in human organisms. Piaget too was an ardent spokesman of cognitive development approach to learning. He explained how out of the natural tendency to develop intellectually or cognitive, human organisms interact with the environmental stimuli, process the various items of information that draw their attention, internalize these, integrate the related ones, and thus build up a cognitive structure. By cognitive structure, he meant a totality of integrated whole containing all items of knowledge internalized, built into a structure. The learning theory of Piaget explains how cognitive development happens in this manner. To explain this developmental process, Piaget uses a term, schema, which he considers as the basic unit with which the cognitive structure is built up. It may be conceived as a mental image of an experience that has been received by an organism. It may be as simple as a physical schema like shuttling the eyes to a complex schema like writing. It may be physical as the one cited above, social as smiling or saying tata to a guest, conceptual like trapezium, etc. As the individual draws more and more experiences, the number and complexity of the schemas also increase. When a chain of schemas are involved in a particular task, it may be A to be a scheme. For example, setting the apparatus and conducting an experiment. The schemas or schemata and clusters of schemas resulting in schemes give shape to the cognitive structure. It is evident, therefore, that efficiency of the cognitive development of an individual, which these are systematically form a structure. Piaget examines how this could be efficiently made possible through the process of instruction. To explain how cognitive development occurs, Piaget uses the analogy of biological adaptation. According to him, biologically every living organism would like to remain in the existing state of equilibrium without being disturbed. This is because loss of equilibrium brings out changes in the energy level, which in turn creates anxiety and threatens its safety. But at the same time, the organism cannot remain static because it has to face constantly internal and external stimuli impinging on it. The disequilibrium thus experienced is so distressing that the organism is motivated to take steps to bring back the disturbed energy level to a state of equilibrium or to equilibrate. When equilibration is made possible, the organism gets relieved because it has adapted with the situation biologically. Assimilation has been conceived by Piaget as a process by which an unfamiliar schema is made familiar by linking it with familiar schemas already existing in the cognitive structure. It is for this purpose schemas are to be shuttled forward and backward using the ability for reversibility. Once assimilation takes place, the unfamiliar schemas become ready to enter the cognitive structure. Then come the need for proper integration, registration and structuring. For this, the assimilated schemas are to be given a more suitable place in the cognitive structure so that it becomes a part of that entity. This process is known as accommodation. When the new schemas involved in the problematic situation are then assimilated and accommodated, the disequilibrium disappears and equilibrium regained. This process is equilibration. By equilibration, the individual adapts with the new problematic situation and thus get developed cognitively. Stages of intellectual development. Piaget, on account of his biological background, traced the initiation of human cognitive development in terms of biologically inherited ways of interacting with the environment. He further postulated that the changes and developments in one's cognitive structure are brought about by interaction with one's physical and social environment. This task is carried out through the mechanism of equilibration, resulting in constant organization of one's cognitive structure by the interplay of accommodation and assimilation. This task of constant organization of the mental structure is an individual phenomenon. We may therefore find wide differences between children in terms of possession of cognitive abilities. However, as Piaget concluded, this organization of the mental structure in all children always takes place in a particular order involving definite stages of intellectual development. Thus, although children of the same age may differ in terms of possession of mental abilities, the order in which the abilities evolve and the pattern of development are quite constant and universal. Let us discuss this pattern of intellectual development in terms of the 4 developmental stages suggested by Piaget. 1. Sensory motor stage, from birth to about 2 years. Piaget called the first stage of intellectual development the sensory motor stage because it is characterized by the absence of language and it is limited to direct sensory and motor interactions with the environment. The cognitive development occurs along the following pattern. At birth, the infant exhibits a limited number of uncoordinated reflexes such as sucking, looking, reaching and grasping. During the next 4 months, the uncoordinated reflexes are coordinated into symbol schemas, providing the child with a general potential to perform certain classes of behavior. For example, the infant now tries to suck anything which is put into his mouth, stares at whatever he sees, reaches for everything and grasps all that is put into his hands. By the age of 8 months, the infant is able to react to objects outside him. He begins to realize that the objects around him are separate from himself and they have their independent and permanent existence. Prior to such development, his view of the environmental objects is quite object permanence transitory, that is, what is out of sight is purely out of mind. 2. Pre-operational stage, about 2 to 7 years. While stepping into the stage, the child begins to replace direct action in the form of sensory or motor exploration with symbols. The learning of the language provides him with a good tool for thinking. He begins to utter words to ask for something rather than just reaching out to get it. In addition to words, his thinking is also characterized by other symbolic representations or images of the things in the environment. This stage can be further subdivided into the pre-conceptual phase, approximately 2 to 4 years, and the intuitive phase, approximately 4 to 7 years. Pre-conceptual phase, approximately 2 to 4 years. This is the period of the rudimentary concept formation and is characterized by the following features. In the early part of the stage, the children seem to identify objects by their names and put them into certain classes. However, they usually make mistakes in this process of identification and concept formation. For example, they think all men are daddy and all women are mummy. Their mode of thinking and reasoning is quite illogical at this stage. It is neither inductive nor deductive but rather transductive in nature. For example, the child at this stage would reason like this. As cows are big animals with 4 legs and a long tail, this animal is also big and has 4 legs and a long tail. Therefore, it is a cow. Their thinking is sometimes too imaginative and far removed from reality. It may be seen in their play activities when a block of wood is turned into a riding horse or motorcycle and a doll into a baby. Moreover, at this stage they are unable to distinguish between living and non-living objects. For them, the doll in their hands is a live baby who can cry, smile and sleep. The other major characteristic of the intellectual structure of the child at this stage is concerned with his egocentric nature. By egocentrism, Piaget means that the child can see the world only from his own standpoint. He cannot think that people may have different opinions and differ in their modes of thinking and conclusions. Intuitive phase, approximately 4 to 7 years. At this stage, the child progresses towards the formation of various concepts at a more advanced level. For example, now he will agree that apples, oranges and bananas are all fruits despite the differences in their shape, color or taste. But what he thinks are salts at this stage is carried out intuitively rather than in accordance with any logical rule. It is clearly reflected in the absence in him of the two main cognitive characteristics, namely reversibility, that is the ability to reverse, and conservation, that is the ability to see an object as permanent even though its length, width or shape changes. Concrete operational stage, about 7 to 11 years. This stage shows marked developments in the cognitive functioning of the child. The child now learns to deal with concepts and ideas that exist only in mental terms. He begins to think in terms of a set of interrelated principles than single bits of knowledge. His thinking becomes more logical and systematic. He can now make use of inductive and deductive approaches in terms of reasoning and arriving at conclusion. The child now develops the ability to conserve both in terms of quantity and number of objects. The thinking of the child is no longer rigid and irreversible. A female child who has a sister now clearly realizes that her sister also has a sister. The child now is no longer egocentric in his thinking. He does not think of himself as the center of the external world and does not perceive the world only from his own standpoint. The child now develops the abilities to deal adequately with classes. He can classify objects. The child now learns to carry out rather complex operations or tackle problems as long as they are concrete and not abstract. In this way, the child reaches a satisfactory level in terms of intellectual development by his thinking becoming quite systematic and logical. However, what is done or thought by him at this stage is done purely on a concrete level. His thought processes are limited to real events observed or the actual objects operated by him. He is unable to think in abstract terms. Formal operation stage, about 12 to 15 years. The intellectual development and functioning takes a very sophisticated shape at this stage as the child learns to deal with abstraction by logical thinking. Actually, he learns to utilize the tool of symbolism as effectively as possible in the process of thought and problem solving. The child now gets interested in forms. He begins to construct relationships between concrete operations and between symbols. Generalizations and framing of rules by operating in abstract terms become quite possible at this stage. The child now begins to appreciate that some hypothetical problems can be solved mentally by applying the same rules as would be applied to concrete problems. He begins to look at problems in many ways and explore various solutions, but in a very systematic and logical way. For example, if a child of this stage is shown 5 colorless, odorless liquids in test tubes and is asked to find out what combination of the 5 will produce a brown liquid, he is likely to discover the possible combination by adopting a systematic approach. Thus, it is quite distinctive in comparison to the children belonging to earlier stages of cognitive development who will simply resort to trial and error for finding the solution. Moreover, the child's thinking at this stage does not remain only concrete but becomes hypothetical with considerations given to the most unusual ideas. Hence, the creative aspects in the child are very much visible during this age, not only in terms of concrete operations but also in terms of abstraction and pure imagination. The other noticeable characteristic of this stage, as Piaget found, was a child's interest in dealing with things that do not exist in reality instead of the things concerning the present which are actually perceived by him. In fact, Piaget was of the opinion that the thought process and the intellectual functioning of a child at the formal operational period reflect the beginning of the most advanced stage in the functioning of his cognitive system. It provides a ladder to reach the limits of a person's intellectual development and actualize his potentiality to the maximum in the available circumstances. The high order of intellectual functioning developed through this stage, according to Piaget, is usually characterized by the presence of the most sophisticated cognitive abilities like the ability to build up multiple hypotheses and a number of alternate solutions, verify all possible solutions in a systematic and logical way, and generalize and arrive at abstract rules that cover many specific situations. In this way, according to Piaget, after the expiry of the formal operation stage, the child may reach full intellectual potential. He may discover the solutions of problems through mental manipulation of symbols by adopting a logical and systematic procedure known as scientific thinking and problem solving rather than a reflexive, motor or sensory manipulation as is done at the sensory motor stage, or by exposing his thinking operationally in more concrete terms as done at the concrete operation stage. It thus represents a stage which helps the child to attain mental maturity with respect to development of his cognitive abilities. Theory into practice. Classroom applications of Piaget's theory. It makes sense to listen carefully to children and watch them solve problems to understand how they think and how they perceive their world. Instruction must be adapted to students' developmental levels. It is important to stimulate students to move beyond their current level of functioning but not too far. For example, it is probably pointless to teach first graders the word geography because they have no conception of what a country, state or even city is. It would make more sense to teach them local geography, their neighborhood, school, classroom and so on. Teaching algebra to fourth graders is also probably a waste of time because the subject requires more ability to deal with abstractions than students at the concrete operational stage are likely to have. Another implication is that children in preschool and elementary school need to see examples of concepts. With young children, you do not say, "Imagine that I had a pie with 6 slices and I took out 2 of the slices." Rather, you must show them a picture of a pie and physically remove the slices if you expect them to learn the underlying mathematical concepts. Applying Piaget's insights to instruction means constant use of demonstrations and physical representations of ideas. Students should be allowed to experiment with materials in order to accommodate new understandings and to discover information for themselves through active participation. Discovery learning is one way in which Piaget's principles have been put into action in classroom instruction. Piagetian principles of instruction are most often applied in preschool and kindergarten programs that emphasize learning through discovery and hands-on experiences and the teacher's role as one who sets up an environment in which students can have a wide variety of learning experiences. The most obvious implication of Piaget's theory of cognitive development is that young children view the world differently from older children and adults. Consequently, Piagetian theory is often used to guide decisions about the readiness of children for specific activities. This has been especially true of the teaching of mathematics and science subjects, in which the mental operations described by Piaget are critical. Attempts to apply Piaget's ideas to early education focus on encouraging children to construct more adequate concepts. Cognitive development is not the accumulation of isolated pieces of information, rather it is of the construction by children of a framework for understanding their environment. Teachers should serve as role models by solving problems with children, explaining the problem-solving process, and talking about the relationships between actions and outcomes. Teachers should be available as resources but should not become the authorities who enforce correct answers. Children must be free to construct their own understandings. Educators should also learn from children. Observing children during their activities and listening carefully to their questions can reveal much about their interests and levels of thinking. Children's solutions to problems and their questions reveal their point of view. Let me summarize the session. The chapter gives a comprehensive picture of cognitive learning theory proposed by Jean Piaget. Piaget's concepts of cognitive structure, schema, disequilibrium, adaptation, assimilation, and accommodation are discussed. His stages of intellectual development are explained. They come under the titles sensory motor stage, pre-operational stage, concrete operational stage, and formal operational stage. The chapter also discusses the classroom implications of Piaget's theory. Now we can try to answer the questions given here. Critically analyze the cognitive learning theory proposed by Jean Piaget. What are the various stages of intellectual development according to Piaget? Compare and contrast the concrete operational stage and formal operational stage in Piaget's theory. What are the two substages of pre-operational stage? What are the classroom implications of Piaget's cognitive learning theory? Hope that you may go through the books for reference. An Introduction to Theories of Learning. B.R. Herger-Han, Prentice Hall, Angel Woodcliffe in the year 1976. Psychology, a Biographical Approach. M.J. Levin, McGraw-Hill, New York in the year 1978. Psychology of Intelligence, Jean Piaget, Littlefield Adams, Totova in the year 1966. Thank you for watching the program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.